And I'm going to unmute. I want to welcome all of our folks also who are online. Just put in the chat. I want to do a quick sound check if everyone can hear online. I checked earlier, we got some thumbs up, so it looks like we're good to go. Recording, I do believe is running now. I'm always paranoid about that. Yes, recording is on. So anyway, again, I want to welcome you. We do have a full slate. If you're in the room and you haven't grabbed a packet from the back, please go ahead and grab one and go ahead and unflip it because I'll be going through what we have in there. If you're online, send you the link to all of our training materials. And if you pre-registered, there's a copy of the presentation for you. I will get up with our PIS when she arrives and have her one online. So feel free to take notes as we go through. A lot of the presentation covers what is in the training materials, and just to be aware of that. So let me put it over here. The back on the presentation. All right, should be flipping. So we do have a full agenda, as I mentioned. Renee will be covering a program overview. Then we'll go through application packet completion, discuss our priority rating systems. That should take us up to lunch. And then after lunch, we'll talk about updates to the PI program, updates to the viable utility program we have. We'll do lead service fund, and then we'll wrap it up with talk about essentially a funding expectation prior. I call it so now I'm funded, so now what, essentially? Kind of leading you through the first steps related to steps after funding. So in your handout packet, for those of you who are in the room, we have an agenda, obviously. There's a presentation. Our copy of the presentation. There should be two applications in there. One's what I call the common application, and one is called a rolling application. For the most part, I'm talking from the common one, but they're very similar. And then we have priority rating system tables for all programs. This is our copies of the tables. For those of you who are online, priority rating systems are found at the back of each packet. So if you're new to the program, you can find a viable utility reserve form. There's something also that's online and in your packet. And then we have one sheet for our funding programs. Those are helpful if you're talking with your client, talking with your decision makers, and you want to just give a 50,000 foot view of the program. A second month, so all you have to do is unstable them, make copies of whichever program you wish, and be able to do a lot of staff with your staff and with your clients. One thing to note too is that there is a list of acronyms in your hard copy packet. I did not put one online for y'all, but it is there if you need that to refer to. You can give it us veterans. Sometimes we're like, what is that? But be aware of that. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce staff, and then I will go around the room and we'll do some hand raises in the room online and see how we can manage this. I'm Jennifer Haney, and I have been with the state for 19+ years. And I have two main hats. I'm a state or infrastructure authority liaison, which means I am the intermediary between our authority and the staff. That's one of my hats. The other one is putting together this training, and it's fun to be here. It's fun to get out into the field and chat with folks I haven't seen in a while. So I'll go ahead and start in.
I'm getting messages that your audio is breaking up, and it's maybe better when you were on the other side.
I don't know. Is that better? Could be. It could be on there and too. So, is that better? Okay, so speaker, this side of the room. So anyway, let me go ahead and I'll start in the back. We have Eric Harris, who is our CDBGI supervisor. You'll be hearing from him a little bit this morning and a lot more right after lunch. And we have Susan Wallace, who is she is our newest member of the new unit of the facility funding services unit. So we are starting a new unit, and she is joining me under Stephanie. I don't know how official we are yet, but we are there. Then we have Stacy Starkey, who is also in our CDBGI unit. And then we have Tripti Desai, who is our wastewater project unit supervisor, alongside Tony Evans, who is online today, going around the room. We have Renee Parkman, who is our drinking water project unit supervisor. So you'll hear from her and Tripti later this morning as we talk about priority rating systems. And Renee is also going to cover our programs and our so unfunded now what module at the end of the day. Many of you are probably wondering where Kavitha is. She is on vacation, much deserved vacation until later in the month. Then we have Soraya Akhtar, who is one of our newest members of the division, but has already been a while. And then we have Shadi Eskow, who is our division director, who has come to hang out with us for the day. So, and then I think we'll have some other folks joining us later. David Zucchini will be handling our lead service line. He will be arriving later, and I think that is, and Matthew Gresham. He'll be probably arriving later to talk about our valuable utilities program. All right, so for, let's do in the room first. How many here are representing local government units? One, yes, where are you from?
Durham County.
Durham County, welcome. How many here are consultants? A bunch. And then how many are TA providers? One, all right. How many are brand new to this process? All right, welcome. You're going to feel like you're drinking from a fire hose, and I apologize for that, but it's just the way we roll. It is something that as you're exposed to it, as you ask questions, as you do applications, and you sit down with our staff, you'll pick up a lot more as you go along. This is kind of like an introductory. And then if you have that list of acronyms, you may want to pull that out because sometimes we speak in acronyms. I try not to. But I want to go online now. And how many are from, excuse me, local governments here online? If you can just put it in the chat, we'll see who comes up. Yay, got some folks raising their hand. Awesome, Scotland County, yes. Oak Island, yes. All right. Awesome, Town of Burnsville, welcome. Kannapolis, welcome. Okay, great. I'm seeing a lot of good answers here. How many of you online are brand spanking new to the process? You can just put yes or I am, or raise your hand. On WebEx, I'm not sure if you have to, I think you have to manually lower your hand. I'm glad y'all are here. Again, welcome. I assume that the rest of you who are online are veterans. You might not know if you're a veteran or a newcomer, but anyway, we're glad you're here. And I'm going to go ahead and move on and let Renee take over program overview. And y'all who are online, if you do have audio issues, just put it in the chat. We're going to try to stick to this side of the room. Seems to be better, but we may go out or something. So.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here. We will be providing information today about our semi-annual funding round and have a few things just to put out there for as we begin talking about these programs. So semi-annual as well as rolling applications. So the first thing to know is that our applications are due Thursday, April 30th by 5 p.m. for our semi-annual applications. These are electronic applications found at a Laserfish portal on our website. It's with the caveat that CDBGI requires one hard copy. In your packets, you have one sheet, which is a funding summary of each of our programs, but we're also going to provide those as we go through the presentation today. And I have a table of the next slide to kind of go over what funding is available. We'll be receiving applications. The rolling applications are for our lead service line replacement program, our emerging contaminant studies, and then also for our decentralized pilot program. The cutoff dates for the rolling applications are March 2nd, which is past, sorry, and then June 1st, August 3rd, and November 2nd at 5 p.m. And the 5 p.m. is new, so everyone knows. So these, this is a summary of our one sheet for each of our programs of the funds that are available for those programs. As you're looking across that, our drinking water SRF program has about $50 million available, with $18 million of that in principal forgiveness. These are loans with principal forgiveness. In the emerging contaminant construction program, we have about $10 million. This comes as 100% principal forgiveness. And then for the wastewater projects, including stormwater and stream restoration, in the Clean Water SRF program, as there are $90 million available in loan, which also includes $13 million in principal forgiveness. We also have emerging contaminant construction funds available for wastewater projects as well, up to about $4 million. 100% of that is principal forgiveness. Looking over at the CDBGI, they have about $10 million available. And then Viable Utility Reserve has $20 million in grants. 18 million is for construction and then 2 million for planning, which gives us about a total of 184 million for our spring 2026 application. Then as we move down to our rolling applications, we have about $15 million available for lead service line inventories and replacements. That includes 3.3 million in principal forgiveness. And then for our PFAS studies for drinking water, we have about $10 million available. That comes as 100% principal forgiveness. And then about $2 million for wastewater PFAS studies, also 100% principal forgiveness. So, in looking at our programs, we have some limits for those funding types. The Drinking Water State Revolving Fund has a limit of $25 million per applicant per round. Overall, $200 million as a loan cap. And then there is a $5 million cap for emerging contaminant funds for construction. The Clean Water State Revolving Fund, our repayable loans, like I said, with principal forgiveness, the cap is $35 million per applicant per round, a total cap of $200 million, but there are no caps on the emerging contaminant construction funds. And then the Viable Utilities, these are 100% straight grants, $500 million in construction per construction project. And then $400,000 per local government for an AIA rate study MRF with a cap of $15 million per distressed unit. There's a couple of things that you'll see that are new as we go through the training today. And we've highlighted a couple here, but you'll also hear a few other new things. So the two new that we're excited about is an extended eligibility for lead service lines. And David Jacquini will be here later to talk all about that. But the best news is that galvanized requiring replacement downstream of unknown materials are not eligible, as well as integrated components. And one small change to our drinking water SRF EC studies is that we've expanded the guidelines so that we can now consider some special circumstances for 2H3 and 2H4 points. And we'll talk more about that when we get to that section as well. So additional lead service line funding available, about $15 million as we go through those rolling applications. There are some funding caps for that program as well. So the funding cap for lead replacement of known lead service lines is $5 million, a $2 million cap for find and replace projects, and a $1 million cap for inventories. And I think we're at our quiz.
Okay, true or false, rolling applications are due at 5 p.m. on cutoff day. True. Yes, for true, yes. Okay, next one, yeah, and y'all online, go ahead and jump into the fund. Semi-annual applications must be completely submitted before 5 p.m. on April 30th, 2026, or can start upload at 4:59, or must be submitted by midnight on the 30th, or none of the above. Hey, yep. Yep, please do make sure that when you're getting ready to submit your applications, if you're not waiting until the last minute, because we do cut it off at 5 p.m. On the 30th. All right, SRP, which is our state reserve program funds, are being offered this round. True or false? Don't be shy, y'all. You weren't shy earlier. Yes, I see it out there online. Anything else in the room? Okay, it's false. We are not offering state reserve program this round. We typically don't. It will be available again in the fall. So excellent. And as you're online as well, feel free. I know some folks have already done it. Feel free to drop questions into the chat. If Susan will be monitoring the chat for us, and if she can answer them right away, She will. If not, we'll pause at the end at various points throughout the presentation to make sure that we capture any questions and get them answered. And if we can't truly answer them, we'll say we'll get back to you, and we will. All right, application package completion. This is, of course, crucial to applying to our programs. And if you're new here, please understand it's more than just filling out one application. There's a lot more that goes into it. You can see everything listed on the screen that goes into it. It's a lot, and we're going to talk about each one of these. I will go through everything but the priority point system. I'll touch on the affordability calculator, and then we'll talk about the rest of them throughout my portion of this module that we're getting ready to jump into feet first. So one thing to know about application packages is that if you are a distress system online, or if you're a distress system in the room, or if you are representing a distress system, please go ahead and complete the Viable Utility Reserve eligibility form. It's really crucial because it goes into, are you at least working on the initial education? What kind of project is it? And is it eligible for a viable utility reserve? Because you will see in statute that there are certain projects that are eligible. And what we do is we use that form to make sure that the project that you're putting forth in the application is going to move your system or your client's system toward viability. And also something else to note is that we met a couple of weeks ago on February 18th, and I don't know how much percentage it was. It got funded as a request, maybe 30%, Shadi. I don't know if you remember percentage-wise how many applications were funded. Yeah, it's like 20 to, it's not a lot, 20 to 30%. It's usually what we have because of the amount of requests coming in versus the funding we have. So you may have not had an application that got funded. That's fine. If it was a brand new application last round and you want to just leave it as is, by statute, we will reconsider it one more round. Questions always come up, especially like if you're going to be revising your application. If you're revising your application, then just submit it as a brand new application. It's much easier on everyone to do that. Questions always come up about resolutions, like, okay, my application didn't get funded last round, I'm revising it. Do I have to get a new resolution? No. Your resolutions are good for 1 year. Essentially one round for your semi-annual round. But just do be aware that, if you're adding new information, changing it, which I do recommend actually, if you're coming in, go ahead and meet with our staff and update it as you can. We will ask you that you submit it as a new application. Okay, the other thing too is that you may have a town that's submitting multiple applications. I don't know how big of an issue this is nowadays. ARPA days, we are having people submitting 8 to 10 applications sometimes for one client. And we always view each application as standalone. I don't think we've had a huge problem with that, like we did in the past when it was paper submittal. Electronic submittal kind of forces you to make each application a standalone. In other words, we're not going to go into another application if you submitted 2 for a client or a town. And look for information that may be missing. But yes, ma'am.
I have a quick question, because I can't remember, I know I've asked this question before, and I just can't remember the answer. In the portal, when you're submitting and it says new or replaces previous application.
Yep.
If you're submitting an application in the next round to replace a previous round's application.
That's when you hit
should
that.
you, like, replace
Yeah.
previous or just do new?
Do replace this because that allows us to go in and trigger on, hey, do we need to go and take this out of the pool? If you would. So,
Thank you.
yes, sir.
I would verify that that's if the previous application was the last round, so it would be considered.
Right.
Right.
2 rounds. ago.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, 2 rounds ago, we automatically have to remove it from consideration. Yes, sir.
I would also add, if you did submit an application, you're correcting the application, and resubmitting it, then you can go ahead and replace it.
Yeah.
So really, it's replacing previous
Anything, yeah.
round or one.
But you'll see that we did update the language to try to be more specific for places like fall 2025 one. You'll see that when you go into the actual submittal. And by the way, if y'all are getting hot, please let me know. I'm warm because I'm up here. But if y'all start getting hot, let me know. We'll see if we can play with the temperature. That's for those of us in the room. Okay, great questions. Any questions on the runs for pause? Okay. So a couple of things I call them know before you go. Please make sure that you have all signatures present on your email and your electronic copies. Make sure you have all forms present and complete. We'll go in as we get further into the forms and talk about places where we saw big issues. Please make sure that you have all the forms you see listed on the screen. If you're using mapping for disadvantaged areas, note that Justice 40 is no longer out there. Please do not use it. We will not accept it. I encourage you to use the community mapping system that DEQ has. It's a great resource, and I think it's pretty easy to use. I've gone in there and used it myself. It's actually fun to play with that map. And also make sure you have your narratives, your scoring sheets, and your supporting documentation. One of the things that I always encourage folks to do, and maybe you already employ it, is to use a QA/QC checklist for completeness, because there's a whole lot more than just making sure you have all the forms. You need to make sure boxes are checked, signatures are done, initials are done, et cetera. And I'll point out again, as we get into this, where we've had issues. Okay, I'm going to pause one more time for any online before I dive into the application itself. Okay, nothing. All right. So the application, go ahead, if you're in the room, and pull out your 2 application forms. They're about midway between the pack. Let's see here. Looks like, anyway, I may only have 1 application in my package. If you're online, go ahead and pull those up on your screen if you want to. Give me a second here. So the one that I'm going to be diving into, the semi-annual one, or what I call the common one, has red text on the front. The rolling one does not. They are very similar. And as I walk through this, I will actually go through and point out where they're different. But otherwise, they're very, very similar. So one of the things to do when you're getting ready to start your application process, go into whatever folder where you downloaded all of your materials and just delete them, start clean. I always recommend that because it seems like 1 or 2 applications are always on the old form. Download everything off the website and make sure that your application has revised February 26th on it, right below the title. The rolling one will be posted this week and will be revised simply to take off anything related to SRF Helene. That's pretty much all we've done. We might have done a few other small tweaks, but do be aware that the rolling one will be updated so that when you submit on June 2nd or June 1st, everything will be updated and ready to go. So we also use 1 application for our semi-annual program. And that's because what we want to do is we want to provide you with what I call the best funding fit. For example, if you sat through the authority meeting last week, you probably heard Kavita go through our methodology. We try to give you 100% grant if we can. Like if you're a distressed system or your client is, and you're sitting here thinking, okay, I'm distressed, we'll try to give you 100% vital utility reserve funding if we have it. If we do not have state reserve program this round, just vital utility reserve. If you're not eligible for that and you apply for a CDBGI program, we'll try to give you that because that's also 100% grant, but it's got tons of requirements, as we all know with CDBGI. Then we'll try to get it. So if you're not doing CDBGI, but you're eligible for 100% principal forgiveness, we'll give you 100% principal forgiveness. To be aware, of course, there are federal requirements, but because it's a forgivable loan and not as a federal grant, not as many federal requirements, but there are some. And then we'll go through various mixes of principal forgiveness and loan until we get down to 100% loan. So that's kind of why we do this common application. It really helps that. So you're just applying for project type. You're not applying for funding program review. Make sure you complete all sections of your application. And there's a reason why we put the directions first or the instructions. Please read them. I know it's tempting just to go straight through thinking, oh, I'm a veteran at this. I've done this for 50 years. Hopefully no one's done it for 50 years, but I've done it for a really long time. Please, don't skip the directions because they change a little bit every time. And please take a few minutes to read them. It takes you probably 10 to 15 minutes to be able to do a quick read of it. Okay. I'm going to show kind of what the sections look like, and then the next slides will be what kind of pointers I have. So I'll be walking through this application. So section 1 is essentially general information. It looks like this. So some things to know: if you see dark red italicized text with 3 stars beside it, we've got to have this information. If we don't, it's not complete. First one is, please tell us how much you're asking for. Have not had an issue with this in many years, but we have in the past. We need to know what you're asking for in terms of dollars and check that against the budget. So please to be aware of that. Tell us what your total project cost is, even if you know, like, you have an SRF project, maybe a plant expansion that's applying for, and you're asking, you can only get 35 million, but it's like a $150 million project. Go ahead and tell us the total project cost of 150. If you forget to put the project cost on, it's not the end of the world, but it'll knock you out of any principal forgiveness eligibility and possibly points as well, I believe. Tell us what kind of funding you're wanting. Are you wanting wastewater funding, drinking water funding? Are you wanting CDBGI funding? If you're checking that CDBGI box, please go ahead and tell us what method you use for determining your low to moderate income percentage and what that percentage is. That's a gateway just to get into our program for the CDBGI. If you're coming back in for a project that has been partially funded, I know we've had several projects like that example I gave where they're like, I have a $150 million plant expansion. I'm coming in for what I can get now. And you have been previously funded. Let us know what project number or agreement number your previously funded project is. And that way, if you get funded, we can start matching stuff up and just add it into that amount, into that existing project. And the last bullet I'm going to camp out on for a few minutes because every single round, we have projects that are really good that have to get skipped. We just had one last round at our drinking water. It was a higher scoring project, but we had to skip it because they wanted more principal forgiveness or grant than we could provide. So this in 2 questions. Break it down. The first one is, are you willing to accept a low interest loan for the full funding amount? Essentially, yes, no. And just tell us yes or no. If yes, you're done, move on to the next part of the application. If no, then go to question 2 and tell us the minimal amount of grant or principal forgiveness you need. This is really important because when you submit your application, we're not going to call you for anything and for asking for anything. So please make sure you tell us that. And the example I always give is I have a $1 million project. And your decision makers say, we want 100% principal forgiveness or grant for this. Like, okay, I have a $1 million project. I'm going to put $1 million down in that slot. So then what happens is we score out your application. We rank everything along with all the other projects we get. And we start going down and we only have $700,000 of principal forgiveness left. Principal forgiveness. And if you say I have to have $1 million, then we're going to have to skip you. You know, believe me when I say it pains us to do that, it really does. But you can sit down and have a really good, frank conversation with your clients or with your finance officer and staff. And you can say, hey, or your decision makers, because they're the ones who make the final call on this, it should be. We have a $1 million project, really, how much grant and principal forgiveness do we need? And they say we need $500,000. You put $500,000 down in that slot. We start ranking them going down the list. And we have $700,000 left. We will provide you with that $500,000. Questions we always get is, if I say I can take 100% loan, what happens if, does that cut me out of any grant principal forgiveness, even if I'm eligible? The answer is no. It does not cut you out of it. We will give you as much as we can up to the amount you're eligible for. That's a really point I want to make is that just because you say you can take 100% loan does not cut you out of grant principal forgiveness. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
It's not really a question, but it's a question I've gotten from folks a lot. Just because they get loan doesn't mean they have to accept all of the loan. There's ways to value engineer the project to reduce the actual loan amount. So that's like something that if they're worried about that, you don't always have to accept 100% of the loan that you get, even if it's awarded.
Right, and something else too is if you're going through the project, and this is a little bit off topic, but since you brought it up, if you're seeing you're going over, like your estimates are starting to go over, you can certainly see if you can value engineer, reduce scope, et cetera. We will work as much as we can in that process. All right, let me see. Sections 2 through 5. This is contact information and basic information about connections, so it looks like this. One thing to note, and I forgot to note this yesterday, if you look under the rate increase percentages here, it's all for you, those people online, which is the bottom of section 2, we split it out into drinking water, wastewater, because we do use that information, especially for our planning grants. And what that does is you may raise your rates for the two at different amounts, different ways. And you can just, that just allows you to break it out. If you raise everything the same percentage, just putting everything the same in each column. No big deal. Don't want you to get wrapped around the axle on it. So section 2, again, it's all about connections. We also look at your water and sewer bills. I'll talk about bill calculation when we talk about rate sheets. And also I talked about the new rate increase when you're splitting between drinking water and wastewater. Tell us also your service populations. We have to report that information to EPA. And especially for drinking water, we use that for our small system reserve calculations. So please report that. I believe on Laser Beach, it's now mandatory when you put it in there. We had that little asterisk there. Section 3 is about your authorized representative. Please do put your top elected official or top administrative official, like your town manager, but you can also designate. So say you can designate a utility director, finance officer, council member. Please make sure that person, if you designate someone, is in a position of responsibility. Please don't use the janitor. That's the example I gave yesterday. Please make sure they're like those similar to what I've listed there. And then sections 4 and 5 just relate to contact information. So that if we, if you get awarded, we can contact you, we can send you material, etc. Section 6 and 7 looks like this. Project description and then additional information for consideration. So section 6 is all about project description. If you decide that you don't want to read the directions, but you need to read one section of it, read this section, please, because we update it just about every time. What we're looking for is a broad level of detail about what your project is. Our reviewers take that in the description compared to what's in the budget to make sure we're looking at the same project. I don't think we've ever had an issue where the two items were so radically different, we couldn't figure it out. I think where that could come into play is if you were revising an application and your project scope changed radically and you forgot to change one part. So make sure that the budget and the description kind of reflect each other. If you're adding connections, please let us know. The authority looks very hard at cost per connection. If you listened to our meeting last month, you probably heard a good discussion about that with SRF Helene. So they do take a hard look at your cost per connection if you're adding connections. And then, of course, like I said, please do take a look at the instructions. And then also tell us information about disadvantaged areas in that section. And also if your project is building from an asset inventory and assessment or a merger regionalization, and the authority wants to know that the planning grants that they awarded many years ago are now being put into play and bearing fruit. So that's really important. So additional information, we put this in here because for all of our funding programs, except for the Drinking Water State Fund, Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, I'm sorry, the authority has the option to bypass projects for projects they may want to fund rather than a project that was ranked better by us. So this is one of the places where you can tell the authority why you think this project is a good project, or what this project is, why it doesn't really fit the priority rating system, and give kind of information like that. I will give you some pointers. There's guidance online. We don't have it used a lot. I don't think they've ever actually used section 7, but we have that option for you. Put this information in. I'll go through kind of the things I saw, especially during ARPA days. But please avoid copying and pasting project descriptions from section 6 into 7. Saw that during ARPA days. Please don't use section 7 as a runover box from section 6. In other words, your project description should also fit in section 6. I know I've seen it expanded some, but don't run it down into section 7. Please don't do that. Please don't make it a 50-page thesis that you attach with newspaper clippings and pictures saying this is why my project should get funded. Please don't use 4-point font in that. If you don't have anything to say, leave it blank. Fine, perfectly fine. I will note on the rolling application, there is no section 7. It's just on this common application. Again, this does not happen very often where they choose to bypass projects, but it has happened. All right, sections 8A and B, and it's 7A and B on your rolling application. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just have a quick question about that
Yeah.
section. So in section 7, if there's something in the application package that's like too big to fit in that little section, but you want to be able to at least know is there, so they could consider it. Could you put a note like see appendix D or something like, and
Yeah.
they could choose to ask to see it or not?
It's tricky because when we provide them with information for them to look at, they only get access to the common application. We don't get,
Right.
so it may or may not work.
Okay.
I don't recommend it, to be honest. This is where you get to practice your really good writing skills and be succinct. Okay, so section 8 looks like this, again, 7A and B on your rolling application. Please make sure again that the funding requested matches the funding requested in section 1. You'll also notice on this form that we have another, we have it back in the secured funding column. So please note that if you're working on a project where you're drawing from different funding sources, we want to see other kinds of funding that you already have locked up and ready to go for this project. Make sure that you have your PE seal. We had one project last round that did not get funded, or they lost, I don't know how many millions of dollars because they're sealed. Have not seen that frequently at all. My suggestion is if you use DocuSign or something similar, go ahead and use that particular program. I'll just say DocuSign and just use DocuSign and seal your budget. Please don't copy and paste your CO signature and seal so it floats on top of the PDF. Vince is laughing because he probably remembers this from, I don't know if you were there with ARPA, but what happens is if you copy and paste it and then you can use your cursor to move it around the document, that's what I call floating. And when it's uploaded into Laserfiche, it will strip it out. And then it looks like to us, when we see the document, when it's filed in Laserfiche, it looks like there's no PE seal. And we discovered that it only really happened during the first submittal of ARPA electronically. But we have to go and we have to ask our Laserfiche person, Beth Strickland, hey, is this in here? She can look, but if staff forgets to ask, they may call it incomplete. Yes, sir.
I think we talked about this in a previous
Uh-huh.
plan. If you use DocuSign,
Yep.
you know, sometimes when you use DocuSign and you put it in your application package and you open it back up, sometimes it doesn't appear.
It can get squirrely.
So
Yeah.
I found that if you, once you DocuSign it, if you save it as a PDF
Yeah.
and add that document to the package, it does show.
Yeah. So do be aware of that. Also, I'd say the best way to avoid any of this is just to do a wet seal and signature and scan it in. That way it's, well, you want to make sure it's embedded, that you can't move it around. We'll talk about that briefly with signatures as well. And also you'll see, and we'll talk about this more in our priority rating system, you'll see directions for like what you need to split items out in the budget. So please do be aware it's out there. You can see those listed under section 8A. We do have 8A, or excuse me, 8B and 7B. Those are more related to planning projects. And like for our asset inventory and assessments, merger regionalization feasibility. So I think for decentralized wastewater system pilot program and our rolling application, those we don't need a PE seal for because they're more planning type, whereas the construction would do. All right, certifications. Please make sure your authorized representative is going to be initialing things. It's pretty straightforward. Again, you can use it electronically or a hard copy, wet initials, that's fine. Signatures. Your authorized representative is going to get very busy signing stuff. So please make sure, again, I've listed those. A couple of things to note that came out yesterday was you may have your authorized representative as the town manager as your authorized representative. Well, maybe he's out of the office and your mayor says, I'll sign it. That's fine. If the person is in higher responsibility than the authorized rep, they can sign. Please don't flip it. So please don't have your mayor as the authorized rep and your town manager signs. Because we've seen that. So please make sure if the person who's the authorized rep is not in, that the person above them signs it. Just do be aware of that. We will talk about this a little bit more when we talk about resolutions. So the other big thing is make sure it's an original signature, again, DocuSign or wet signature, and scan it in. For CDBGI, there is a hard copy submittal plus an electronic submittal. Please make sure that CDBGI hard copy has a wet signature and that you either have an electronic signature or scanned-in signature for the electronic application, BDBGI. So want to make sure that's clear there. And I think that's it for the application itself. I want to check online and see if there's any questions. No? Wow, okay. That's good to know. Okay, so additional forms, and I do not have any of these in the hard copy packet except for the Viable Utility Reserve form. But I do want to go through these. So for you online, feel free to pull those up as we go through them. I'll talk about our financial information form. It looks like this. And then our fund transfer certification form, it looks like this. And I'm going to harp on the 3 boxes. So please, please do be aware of that as we go through. So financial information form, we ask that you provide the most recent 3 years of completed certified audits from local government commission. Question always comes up, so I've started heading it off in the past. I'm behind on my audits. I know I should have fiscal year 25 done. I believe that should be coming back from the LGC. What do I do if I don't have fiscal year 25 done? Just use 25, or so normally you do 25, 24, 23. If you're missing that 25 audit, do 24, 23, 22. But, there's always a but there. For CDBGI, please have them ready. Eric, I don't know if you want to say anything more about that.
And, I'll hit it on.
Okay. Okay, Eric will talk about audits for CDBGI when he gets up after lunch. I can say for our other program, it's really crucial for CDBGI to be current. For our other programs, you have a year from award to the following July. So for the spring round, you're awarded in July, you have until the following July to get your audits in order. Please do that. Please tell your clients they need to get their audits in order, because if you're taking out a loan, you will not even get on the agenda until you have your financial house in order. If you're looking at a grant, especially a Viable Utility Reserve grant, the local government commission signs off on those Viable Utility Reserve grants. They probably will not sign off on it if you're struggling. So do be aware of that. And for our other grants, we are working closely with the LGC. We're asking that everyone be caught up by the year following award. So, yes, ma'am.
I have a question, just because it was brought up to us. If the financial information form is not executed, if you submit the application without that form, is it deemed ineligible, or do you just lose the points?
You lose eligibility for principal forgiveness.
Right.
So, but you don't, it's not incomplete, but you lose points plus principal forgiveness because we use the information from the form for operating ratio. But like I said, don't let being behind on audits hold you back on submitting this. So let me see. So a couple of other things, absolute values for expenditures. Please don't change the form. We have one form come in, and I'm sitting here like, what happened? They changed the form so much because it's in Word online, so you can fill it in. But please don't change the way it's structured. So fund transfer certification, I'm going to harp on this for a few minutes. Oh, one more thing, for financial information form, your finance officer or authorized rep can sign off on it. Same thing with fund transfer certification. We have got to have this form though. This is a state law required form, so we cannot get away without having it. Have your finance officer or authorized rep sign off on it. Go back to fiscal year 2014 when you're looking at that and you're thinking that's a lot of years. Yes, it is. It came into being 2014. And I'm going to harp on this checkbox because I think we had 6 applications that came in where either no boxes were checked or all 3 boxes were checked. That's not helpful, y'all. It's really not helpful. Please make sure you just check one of the boxes because I can't tell you how many millions of dollars in application or funding was lost because we had to throw out an application. So going back to this form, the red box, that just check one of the 3. So I know it sounds like I'm harping on it. I admit it, but we've had issues with this. So again, that QAQC checklist I've talked about, put that on there. All right, pilot payment in lieu of taxes is an accounting thing that I'm not sure of how it goes because I'm not an accountant. It's outside of my realm of expertise. If you think you have a pilot issue, talk to the local government commission. They're the experts. They can help you. Okay, one more thing about the fund transfer certification form. The whole purpose of it is to say, hey, if I have a transfer, it's an authorized transfer. Like, I have space I rent in City Hall for my utility billing folks. So I'm transferring from the enterprise fund to the general fund to cover it. What is not allowed is I'm transferring from the enterprise to the general fund to buy a police car or improve the park. I mean, I think the law was put in place to make sure that enterprise funds are used for enterprise fund work. That's why I'm saying with the pilot stuff, it's dicey. Some are allowable, some are not. Please be aware of that. Okay, rate sheets. We use these rate sheets to calculate that bill for 5,000 gallons that you put in section 2 of your application. So, we asked that, and we'll talk briefly about this later this morning, we asked that you put in like how you calculated that, like remember in high school when we were always asked to show our work. So we're asking you to show how you calculated your bill for 5,000 gallons. You may run across, and most of the time that's accurate. So I'd say probably 85 to 90% of the time, we can replicate your calculations with your rate sheets. There have been times that we have come across a bill, we're like, how on earth did they calculate the bill for 5,000 gallons from this rate sheet? Like, I can't tell. Maybe you're sitting down with your client or your staff and you're going, I'm not sure how you're getting this particular bill that you want us to put on the application. And this is a really good kind of gut check with your finance folks to make sure that your rate sheet is comprehensible. Because if we all in this room who are very smart and online who are very smart cannot calculate a bill for 5,000 gallons, I guarantee you that your citizens can't be able to. So it's a really good kind of gut check. And you may have to tell your finance officer, we need to go back and redo this, and that's perfectly fine. This is a really good time to think about it, just how it's structured. So please do make sure that you include your rate sheets. Again, if you forget for some reason, not the end of the world. We will, you'll just lose principal forgiveness eligibility, so it may seem like the end of the world if that happens, but it's not going to render your application incomplete. All right, DUR construction eligibility form. I am going to leave the details of this for Matthew this afternoon, but essentially, if you have a system who's a client who's distressed, designated distressed, so they know who they are, please make sure that you are submitting this form for construction projects. Because what it does is it helps us figure out, is this project going to move the system for liability? So again, Matthew will talk about this in greater detail this afternoon. And resolutions is the last kind of extra form. We have a template online. You're welcome to use it. I know some local governments like to use their own template, which is perfectly fine. Please list the project. And if you have a client who's submitting multiple projects, or they want to vet multiple projects, this is a question I got a few years ago. Say I have projects A through E that I'm vetting with my local government. They're going to make the decision after they pass the resolution. Go ahead and put in projects A through E. List them out, each of them, like project A, comma B, comma, et cetera. And then if they only choose to go with, say, project C and D, then that's already covered in the resolution and you're good to go. That was a really interesting question I got, I think, during ARPA days. Also, if you're submitting multiple applications for your client or for your local government, you're welcome to list them all in there. That way, as you're putting together your application pieces and parts, you're not going to have an administrative error. I saw that during ARPA one time with one person. It was just hard to say which application is standalone. So make sure that everything, that's a good way to cover yourself so you're not mixing paperwork up essentially. Trying to think what else to have for projects, make sure that we can tell what the project you're passing the resolution for is the project that you're applying for. The best way to do that is copy paste your project name into the resolution. Authorized representatives, this is where you want to list who they are. For every program except CDBGI, you can say like the mayor of the town of X is the authorized rep. Question came in yesterday, can we list multiple people? That way if someone's out of the office the day we go by and sign paperwork, we're good. You can list, don't go crazy and list 8 to 10 people, but maybe a couple of people like the mayor and the town manager of the town of X is fine. Which CDBGI, please name them by name. Joe Smith, town manager of the town of X. Okay, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I know, I think you kind of mentioned this, but like, let's say someone adopted a resolution July last year, and they want to apply in April of this year. Is that resolution still not, if it's less than 12 months old?
So they adopted it in July of last year,
Yeah, and they want to apply in April this year.
and did they apply in the fall?
No.
No,
Let's assume not.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Like, they adopt
I
it
think it's
in
okay.
April.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
You said resolutions were good for.
Yeah, for a year, yeah, so generally too, but, I operate on the premise that they're applying in the previous round, but if it was a no-go, they no-go it at the last minute or something like that. Yeah, but, yeah, it would not be fine for the fall this year.
Right, but it would be fine for
Yeah,
April as long
I
as.
think
it
that's
wasn't-
fine, yeah. Yeah, and it got tricky when we were doing rolling applications for the SRF Helene funds, because we had projects that came in July, and then they wanted to come in for more funding, and so, yeah, that's the 2-year-old's fund. Okay. More tips, certifications, please do use the certification template that we have online. We do have occasions when attestations are, out there, like 10 to 15% of the time. If that's okay, just make sure that this clerk of the board signs both. A little tip and trick for the resolutions and certifications, please make sure that the resolution date is before or the day of the certification. Because one time, I've only seen this once, fortunately, where the certification date was before the resolution is passed. We can't have that. So we do look at dates and all that when we look at our resolution. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I have a lot of questions. In a past round, like just last year, we were told that an attestation was not acceptable. Because we specifically asked, when we sent in, if we sent in the resolution that was adopted with the attestation, it was said that it was, the attestation was not acceptable.
Might have not been signed by the court.
It was.
I don't, yeah,
Okay.
it should be acceptable, yeah. I'm not sure what project, we can talk offline for me.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So, but yeah, we don't see attestations a lot, we do on occasion. All right, so before I jump into application submittal, any questions we had pop up? Okay. These are good questions, y'all, and I do want to say about questions, especially if you're new and especially if you're online, it's okay to ask questions. Please, we like questions because chances are if you have that question, someone else will too. And Susan's monitoring the chat, so those of you who are online, you should be good to go, as far as asking questions. So for the submittal, we have an electronic submittal only for all of our applications. We do ask for CDBGI to send in a hard copy by 5 p.m. on the deadline day. I think Eric will touch on that later. But please make sure that your file sizes, like you can upload, especially for your supporting documentation, your file sizes have got to be less than 250 meg. Feel free to upload multiple files. I know with supporting documentation, sometimes we get, several files coming in because it's the best way maybe for you to organize it, and that's fine. Again, documents will be uploaded individually, like the rate sheets versus your application versus your narratives, et cetera. The link is here when we post a presentation online. This is not the rolling application. This is the city annual application link. The rolling application is already live. Please make sure that you go to this link. If you are a first timer and you have questions or a little bit nervous about doing it, it's helpful to just email me and say, hey, can I have an hour so you can walk me through the process? I'll be glad to do that. We can Teams or WebEx or Zoom or whatever is comfortable for you. And I will walk you through the process. That way, when you do it the first time, you'll feel comfortable. I think just a poll in the room and online, how many of y'all have liked the system, feel comfortable with the system? I know we have a bunch of veterans in here, yeah. So it's fairly easy to use once you do it for the first time. So, all right, we are at 10:50.
Quick question.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I get this correctly. The guidance last round stated that an LGU seal is required on the resolution. Is this still the case? We decided not to.
We are not requiring a seal this round on the resolution. Just on the resolution. So keep that in mind. Yes, ma'am.
I have a quick question. So I noticed and this was about the rolling round, but I just
Sure.
want to make sure that the portal is still behaving the same way. But I noticed that for at least one of the categories, you could upload multiple files in the same category. So should it be just one file per, like, upload, or can you actually upload multiple things like in the supporting documents?
So for supporting docs, you can certainly upload multiple. You probably could on the other ones, but there's no need. Yeah, but for supporting docs, I know, it depends just on how our minds operate. Like, I would probably put like separate files for each appendix for supporting docs. Some folks wrap them all together. Totally up to you. Just be aware of the 250 meg limit, because I don't want anyone to bust that limit and not be able to upload. So it's probably better for supporting documentation to break it down. Any other questions online? Nope. All right, well, we are now 3 minutes ahead of time, so let's take a break online. We will take a break until 11:07. Come back. And if you're in the room, there's, like I said, hot water, possibly coffee, and maybe some lunch if you're nice. If you ask, I think it's okay. Across the way in the kitchen area. So those of you online, go grab some coffee and tea. All right, we'll come back at 7 after 11.
All right. Hold on just a second, I know why.
So on WebEx. Okay. Or did you want to do just I'm going to talk just a little bit about our emerging contaminant funding. So that our IIJA emerging contaminant funding is specifically and to address projects that have PFAS. In this program, you must document that you have PFAS contamination in the finished drinking water or wastewater that exceed the levels. And those levels are found in our PRS and our guidance. And you'll hear more about that later as we go through each of those line items in our presentation. Priority is given to PFAS contamination that exceeds the EPA final NCL or hazard index. And but we are able to look at other PFAS contamination also. I mentioned this earlier that the drinking water construction funding for emerging contaminants, we have about $10 million available in fiscal forgiveness, with the potential to have additional money to be available for whatever can be used for our recent studies. And then just a correction, this is wastewater has $4 million because they would reserve. There are funding caps for this program for EC construction projects. It's $5 million per applicant. Across the board, meaning that the award that you received counts towards the cap if it was awarded for emerging contaminant construction. The clean water projects don't have a cap. This funding uses the common application or what we call the semi-annual application. And it also requires that you look at the priority rating system based on the line items for EC eligibility. Show those in just a minute in the slide presentation. Projects that are claiming those line items for EC construction compete with the other EC construction projects for the purposes of IIJA. When we were, there are only certain line items. So, with our priority rating system, you'll notice the ones that say EC beside them, those are those line items that we're looking at for the rating system. And those projects compete against each other for the EC.
They're having a hard time hearing you. If you want to maybe try to speak a little bit louder.
Okay. It before. Again, EC, we'll move on to our EC studies funding. Any better? With EC studies, we have about $10 million available for drinking water pilot design studies. And then about $2 million available for wastewater studies. The funding cap is $500,000 per applicant for drinking water and wastewater projects. And so anyone that has already been funded is limited to that $500,000 cap. For an EC study, you just use the rolling application form. And EC Studies also has their own priority rating system. So we have a priority rating guidance document on our website that you can see for and provide the documentation necessary for an EC study. Our next cutoff date is June 1st, and then right after that, August 3rd. And this is what that EC study priority rating system, but what the scorecard looks like. And it has the strategy, one J and then 2H are those line items. We'll talk more about that in part of the presentation. One look at the funding application for an EC study, this is the rolling application. And you can find that this is what you need to explore that. And again, our cutoff dates. So if you submit an application on June 1st, we will review it for as well as August 3rd for the September meeting and November 2nd for the December meeting. Any questions on this study? Okay, so this next presentation is on clarity rating system. It is very important because based on priority points, we award funding. So this system prioritizes projects funded in priority order, and base funding available is provided in priority order. So when you are preparing applications, please trade all points that you think that the project can get. And even though there are more than the cap for each category, each section, you can still claim them, and we will review them, and we will award what is applicable for the project. Each application should include the score sheet with the narratives and supporting documentation. And our guidance has requirements for all documentation to reflect priority points. You need to include all documents with the application. And when you are submitting this application, we will consider the submitted information only. We will not, if we have more information that then what is included with the application, we will not consider that. We will only consider that information with the application. We have a priority rating system guidance, and it is uploaded on our website. And we have the priority rating system table scorecard. We have included that in your training package. This priority rating system guidance provides list and explanation for explanation of what is required to document the project and what is required to get priority points. It has lists that that when you claim each line item in your scorecard, it provides information on what supporting documents are required. You need to include MAP, non-compliance documents, NODs, etc. The guidance provides examples, tips, and recommendations. So please read this guidance carefully and always download that guidance from our website. Do not use the old guidance because we in each particular we modify that depending on the request or something that we figure out that it's not it needs to be corrected. On this provide, like if you claim some priority point, we award the point only, and roll downs can happen in some situations. So if the project is for the purpose of the project is to
for fail infrastructure, that is one B line item, and during the review, we determined that it is eligible for 1 C points instead of 1 B, we will award 1 C points. Similarly, if during the review, if we figure out that that project is an expansion project, even though 1 D and 1 D 1 points are not there, we will award those points. Similarly, with 2 N points and 3 A points, we will consider the next category if the documentation and narrative is not applicable for the category that we have faced. And any when you are preparing the application, if you have any questions, contact us, we will help you. Also, we do the consulting review of the application. We will not spend as much time as we do after we submit the finished application, but we will definitely look for some obvious mistakes and we will help. In our priority rating system, there are 4 categories: project purpose, benefit, system management, and affordability. We have different scorecards for drinking water projects and wastewater programs, so please use the scorecard, because if you use the wrong scorecard, you will not get some points. And this presentation is we have limited time, so we cannot cover each and every time. System, so we will just talk about problem areas, what is updated in the guidance, and some emerging contaminants, eligible line items. And this particular presentation is for drinking water, wastewater, CDBGI projects, emerging contaminants, construction and study projects only. So, category 1 is for project purpose. The entire project must support the same purpose. Our staff will consider other project purpose points if there is insufficient documentation to avoid pain point. If we cannot determine what is the project purpose, we will still consider the application for funding, but it will not qualify for principal funding. Within this project purpose, the first line item is for consolidation of non-viable system. The maximum number of points are awarded in this category. There are 2 situations for becoming a non-viable system. First one is if it's a wastewater non-viable system, the regions of water resources should have determined that the system is failing. And if it's a non-viable system, public water supply section should have determined the system is failing.
You should try to speak up. We're still having trouble hearing.
And second situation is non-viable system determined by DWI. We don't have any determination from DWR or public water supply system. You can contact us for submitting the application, and we will discuss this system and we will determine whether it is eligible to get this point, and you can change. But if the application is eligible to get 1 A points, the application can receive other points in project benefit category, system management points, and affordability points. So please read our guidance. So if you have submitted documentation for 1 A points, the chances are you can get some points automatically. So that if you fail to claim them, they will not award them. So please read our guidance. 1B, that is to resolve failing or failing infrastructure. 100% of the project cost must be used to resolve failing infrastructure. We have some examples of drinking water project. Extension of service to connect failed system, contaminated wells with MCL explosives and wells whose rate is declined by at least 50%. These projects are eligible to get this 1B points. For wastewater projects, physical extension of service to connect failed septic system, failed non-discharge permitted disposal area or on-site systems with NOV. These projects are eligible to get 1B points. The project must result in privately owned system, owned and operated by the applicant. Next, line item is 1C, rehabilitation and replacement of infrastructure. 12 points for drinking water and wastewater projects and the 10 point for CDBI projects. In your narrative, you must mention that this is like for like replacement and it will rehabilitation or replacement will not expand capacity. We specifically look for these words. If you forget to mention them, we will not know whether it's an expansion project or a rehab project. So please make sure that you mention that. Sometimes sewer or water, the project is to upsize the sewer or water lines to meet minimum design criteria. We will not consider those projects as an expansion project. So you can claim these points. If old pump station is being decommissioned and new pump station or treatment plant with same capacity is proposed, they can get these points. Between that amount to less than 10% of the project cost, construction cost is also allowed. And you can propose, you can claim this ones for new, if your project is proposing new treatment. New water supply intake structures and additional wells that are part of rehab and replacement of the water supply project, they are not considered as an expansion. If the project allows interconnection that replaces treatment or storage capacity with no increase in capacity, you can claim 1C points. Water meter replacement projects are not eligible for this line item unless the system is classified as distressed. And water meter replacement associated with water line rehab and replacement is as eligible. If the project narrative, if the application narrative or supporting document is not enough to claim this 1C point, we may consider awarding 1B points. This is subcategory of 1C points, and it is to the place infrastructure. To get this 1C point, the application must receive 1C1 points. To receive 1C1 points, the application must earn 1C points. If the treatment or pumping units are more than 20 years old, distribution or connection lines are more than 40 years old, SCADA and process control and IT related which is more than 10 years old, or obsolete pipe material. The project is replacing obsolete pipe material, they can get this 1C1 points. Our guidance has documentation requirements, so please read it. And to claim this 1C1 points, 50% of the construction cost should be to replace this sewer. And that should be clearly mentioned in the budget. So this is an example of the budget that has 10,000 linear feet of 8-inch pipe, which is with the pipe which are more than 40 years old. So they have specifically mentioned that. So we will look for this information when you are claiming 1C1 point. one B points are for expansion projects. So if the project is increasing water or sewer line sizes or treatment capacity to meet current needs, that those projects are considered as, expansion. Interconnection projects that, add treatment or storage capacity with no new connection, they are, eligible for 1G point. And this kind of project must, also document and receive 1K points. Additional wells system, additional wells treatment plant, pump station and storage tank to meet current and justifiable future flows, they are eligible. New water lines to, serve future development, they are not eligible to get this point, and they are not even eligible to get drinking water as well. One C line item is, service to disadvantaged area. To qualify, for this line item, 75% of the construction cost, should be allocated to provide connection or alternative service to the disadvantaged area. Now, when we talk about this disadvantaged area, please note that the project does not allocate the entire LGU area or. And, at the time of the application, the applicant should, like, less than half of the service connection, they should serve less than half of the service connection. How we determine that, what is disadvantage area. So the target, if the targeted project area is, there are three out of four state benchmarks. They are worse than the state benchmark. The area we consider as disadvantaged area. Other factors such as socioeconomic profile, existing contamination factors are also considered to determine disadvantage. And in narratives, to claim this point in narratives, you need to provide justification for justification of targeted project area as disadvantage. The project budget must show at least 75% of the cost is to provide service to the disadvantaged residences. And the narrative should, and also document should provide map that identifies the disadvantaged areas, and identifies properties that are being connected. This next show an example of a budget for to claim this one key points. So it clearly shows that they have four line items in the construction cost, and what 3 out of this 4 are for disadvantaged areas. So they have mentioned that. And they have in the total, they have mentioned that, and they have calculated that 80% of the construction cost is for disadvantaged areas, which is more than 75%. So budget should clearly show that more than 75% of the construction is going to this construction cost is for this disadvantaged area. One F is for KDPR.
That's much, Vincent. Can I ask a question, Shruti?
Yeah.
Two disadvantaged mapping resources we used to use are gone. I think those are the 2 federal ones. Is there still a mapping resource in the guidance?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there was at least one we could depend on. Thank you very much.
North Carolina, they use community mapping.
One map. Thank you.
Eric Harris, CDBGI, projects, one F is project will extend service. There's two categories for this, national point is 15. We broke it down into two areas. One is 15, low to moderate income housing. The second is one F2, connecting existing LMI household for 10 points. This essentially you're doing well, take advantage. Key things here is that I want to highlight this. You have to do LMI surveys for this type of project. Your surveys must be current within 1 year. As well as we get ready to do the project and connect the project, the surveys may need to be updated. Finally, when you're connecting, you'll want to have the service line as part of the scope project for this project. We tried to incorporate other funding with the service line. It's not been successful for us. Okay, septic sink bank of wells abandoned. So if you're going to do that, try to incorporate the funding in addition for this type of project going forward. Okay, we're just not going to go other than say this is okay. Questions on one act. All right.
Okay, Tripty, before you continue.
Okay, well, we'll just have to make do. Okay, troop to continue. We'll just make do. Don't know what else to say.
Try the other side of the room. No wonder if the microphone is.
Did mention that when.
Well,
someone
at
was
first it
talking-
was not good on that side. So, just, yeah, you can travel while you're
Um,
fine.
I'll try this. I'm trying to stand here. Sorry, let's stop with this one.
Try two things first. Bear with me. Okay.
So there are other categories in one, category one project purpose. These are all, these are options for stormwater projects and these are new projects. So every funding round, we have, funds available for green projects. And these categories are one G, one S, and one I. Then we have this one J category for emerging contaminants construction projects and study projects. And projects that are addressing PFAS compounds, only they are eligible to receive emerging contaminants funds. If you are claiming one J points, you need to receive two H3 and two H4 points to get this point. There are subcategories, one J, one, if 100% of the project cost is utilized to address PFAS, then they will receive this 12 points, and this one J, one category is for construction projects only. Next one is one J2, if 75% of the project, minimum 75% of the project cost is to address PFAS compound. Those projects will receive 5 points, and for study projects, one J 3 points, and they will receive 5 points. And once your project is funded, you need to work with public water supply to refine the scope. And this last slide is a summary slide for category 1. Next one is category 2.
And, it is for project benefits.
So category two is project benefits. Only a portion of the project related, must be related to the specific benefit as we go through these points. Only earned from the applicant or only earned from the applicant identifies direct connection between the project type and the expected benefit. The narrative must fully describe the benefits of the proposed project and how the benefits arise from the project purpose so that they are related. In cases where the single application includes multiple project types, the project benefit points must match the project purpose that was claimed.
Project provides specific environmental and public health benefit. This is a CDBGI specific criteria. Mainly it's been focused on septic tanks and SSOs for sewer lines and wells. But we have included on-site septics for us as well as lead service lines for this criteria now. Additional information, obviously, with our guidance for narrative requirements. Some common errors, not a clear description as to what the benefit is, not aligned to what your to the project purpose. The maps are not clear, showing where the SSO is at or the issue that's going with the septic tanks or wells. Finally, the SSO, no direct linkage to the body of water where the SSO is having an impact in fire flow for this for the project. Or pressure is not a typical environmental benefit for this project. You can claim additional 5 points for 2A1 if you eliminate 20% of private or septic tanks or wells for your project for 2A.
So for category 2B, these points are specifically earned for projects benefiting public water systems. So a project might replace a dry well, but for that type of project, you must also earn category 1B points as well. May also apply for these points to address contamination of a public drinking water source. And these points are also, if you apply for these points using for this type of project, then you must also earn 2H1 or 2H2, and those points roll down. So the narrative must include that information to document the contamination. These points can also be earned if projects resolve managerial, technical, and financial issues, and they are related to and must receive points from 1A category. Just as a note, 2B1 is no longer used for our emerging contaminant line item. 2B2 points can be used if you have a project that needs to prioritize lead service line replacements. So for this funding, the project must address at least 30% of the project cost to eliminate lead service lines. The documentation must include maps and addresses of the known lead service lines, and the narrative must explain how the lead service lines were determined to be known to be lead. If you have a project that you're considering using these points for, if it has, or if it addresses 100% of the project is related to the replacement or the identification, then we ask you to consider applying for lead service line IIJA funding.
So next one is 2C points. So please note that 2A points are for CDBGI projects, 2B points are for drinking water projects, and 2C points are for wastewater projects. There are two subcategories, 2C1 and 2C2. 2C1 points are for projects that include providing public services to homes with failing septic tank system. To claim these points, the application must include a letter from a registered sanitarian or soil scientist or county health department. The project should include septic tanks as single family residence spray. If your project is to provide solutions to single family residence spray or irrigation system, they can claim these points. We have changed our guidance. We have updated that to add 4 options to document failed septic system. So please read our guidance. We have added these 4 options. Next line item is like, if your project is replacing or repairing sewers with reported SSOs that reach water bodies, or you can document backup in homes, you can claim this 1C1 points. And if the project is to resolve managerial, technical or financial issues, as documented by receiving 1 points, those projects can get these 2C1 points. The next subcategory is 2C2, and this category is for elimination of malfunctioning online wastewater systems. For this category, also we have updated our guidance to include what documentation is required to read our guidance. To claim these points, majority of the home which is more than 50% being connected must have documented failing system. So the supporting documentation should provide a list of addresses where septic tank systems are failing. We need map that shows street names, house numbers, the new sewer line, and all systems connected to the public sewer system. And we also need copies of NOVs or NODs or any documentation that shows that these systems are not functioning properly.
We have a question online that I can go back to, 2B2. Can you define lead service lines at these points? Does this include GRR services? I think we'll have to ask David to dig deeper on that. Okay, so line item 2E addresses, enforcement. Enforcement documents and is available for drinking water, wastewater, or CDBGI. Line item 2E1 addresses administrative orders. E2 addresses or the project might be eligible for these if they're resolving a notice of deficiency or violation. In your narrative, you must clearly establish how the proposed project will lead to compliance and address the specific regulatory requirement. The documents that you provide to us cannot be more than 3 years old. For line item 2F, if a project is looking at a system merger, they may be able to claim these points and provide information if one of the following situations applies. There's a physical consolidation into a single regional system. There could be a merger of ownership or operation without physical consolidation. But in any situation of an interconnectivity, just the interconnectivity alone doesn't qualify for the points. It requires further documentation about the regional system or about the merger. The project would be eligible for these points as long as the documentation is not older than 2 years. Line item 2F2 addresses system regionalization or partnership while the system still maintains their separate ownership. In your documentation, you need to include agreements, merger documents, those things that provide the support and the documentation for this line item. The emerging contaminant, PRS, also allows for these points to be awarded to those projects as long as they receive 2H3 or 2H4. Okay. 2H1 and 2H2. 2H1 addresses acute contamination where there's a primary contaminant that has an established MCL. And then 2H2 points is any other than acute contamination. These are secondary contaminants that are covered by drinking water regulations. And they have action levels or SMCLs. These could be things like iron, manganese, copper, lead, corrosivity, or 1,4-dioxane. And priority points for 2H3 and 2H4 address PFAS specifically. 2H3 addresses any compound that exceeds 10 parts per million. And these must be addressed if you're applying for EC construction or for EC studies so that you're eligible for that funding. The points roll down to 2H4 for PFAS exceeding proposed or promulgated MCLs. Those standards are in our guidance as well for PFAS, PFOA, GenX, PFB, PFNA, and PFHX, and must be planned for studies and construction. To claim these points, sorry, this is a continuation of that slide. To claim these points, you must use the EPA validated testing methods, which we've outlined in our guidance as well. For public systems, you have to have at least one sample within the last 12 months, and it must exceed the threshold levels in the drinking water. It must be finished water. For private drinking water wells, we need a sample that's not older than 3 years, and it must exceed the thresholds, or that exceeds the threshold, sorry. All wells proposed to be connected must have PFAS levels exceeding the threshold level. And if there is a GenX contaminant in the wells that are located within 50 miles of moors, with 25% of those wells exceeding the threshold value, they will get 1J1 points. 1J2 points, or these points can also be applied if you receive the 1J2 points with a minimum of 50% wells must have data exceeding the thresholds, and 75% of the total cost must address PFAS. In 2H3 and 2H4 documentation, you must replace or provide new treatment to a wastewater treatment or drinking water supply system affected by the emerging contaminant. And then you must also document how the project will reduce the contamination to below the MCL or the hazard index. And please see our guidance and online for specific information about the documentation requirements. For line items 2K1 and 2K2, these are for interconnections. 2K1 prioritizes interconnections for new potable water systems. 2K2 prioritizes points for addition of larger potable water system interconnections. And 2K3 are any other interconnections. To receive these points, please see our guidance and provide the appropriate documentation for both partners to be willing to venture into it. For 2N1, this is points related to the infrastructure and floodplain. 2N1, to claim these points, the documentation must show how you're relocating or improving the infrastructure to assure continued operation during a 500-year flood event. 2N2, those points, to document those points, you'll need to show that you are relocating or improving infrastructure to assure operation in a 100-year flood event. The documentation must include relocation out of the 500 or the 100-year floodplain. It must also show fortification, replacing equipment with new equipment not subject to damage by submersion, or physical barriers, or, show an elevation. And must show the elevation. If you're relocating, you need to describe the infrastructure being relocated, provide a map, either a first map or a FEMA map, and provide the information of the source. You also need to show the location of existing and proposed infrastructure and floodplain boundary. Again, all of this is in our guidance and is very specific about the documentation required. Additional documentation, if you're fortifying, you need to determine the base flood elevation level, show on maps, the location of the infrastructure, the location, BFEs, and use the FRIS map as a source of your data. Tell us about, in your description, tell us about the vulnerable components and how the project will elevate or protect the vulnerable components. Or if you are elevating, show us the 2 feet above the base flood elevation, how you will be able to achieve that, or how the infrastructure will be replaced so that it's not vulnerable to flooding.
2 points, these are for wastewater projects only. If your project will directly benefit Interwater, you can claim these points, and you need to specifically mention that in your narrative, how this project will directly benefit Interwater. The narrative should also provide stream name impairment as documented in the latest approved integrated report. The narrative should also have a discussion of impairment and how this project will directly benefit the impairment. And we need maps that shows project location, stream location, and impaired segment. When we receive applications that pay 2 points, most of the time, they make some common errors. So sometimes the project does not address impairment. For example, if they have a stream which is impaired and they are upgrading a wastewater treatment plant, if they show the map and that shows the stream upstream of the plant, so anything that they do at the plant, it will not help this impaired water stream which is upstream of the plant. Sometimes they do not, they provide map without adequately showing location of the project and impairment. Next line item is special water classifications, 10 points, and they are for wastewater projects only. So our guidance has special water classifications, and we have added more classifications. So please review the guidance. If the narrative shows the direct connection of the project to the impact on this water, positive impact on this water, then you can claim these points. For this line item, we need map that shows project location, location of special waters, SSO reports, and how project is for. If the project is claiming points because of SSO reports, we need a copy of them. And our guidance has more information. Next one is 2T. These are easy to get points for redundancy and resiliency. Most of our projects that proposes new backup or new generator, they will get this point. If the project is adding resilient or redundant item in the project, they can get this projects. These are for new and increased resiliency and redundancy. If the project is replacing or repairing the existing generator, they do not get this point. If the project is retrofitting with backup power, those projects are eligible to get this point. And if the project is installing a new equipment backup power, they are not eligible to get this. Next category is system management. 3A points are for capital planning activities. There are two subcategories, 3A1 and 3A2. The applications can receive points in either 3A1 or 3A2. If you have an asset management plan, you can claim 3A1 points. Make sure that your narrative describes 4 key asset management plan areas. For CDPGI projects, you need to upload, you must provide complete AMP with your application, and make sure that the AMP is fully implemented and it is qualified to get 2A2 points. Now, 2A2 points, they are for capital improvement plans. The CIP must be adopted within 2 years of application. It must span 10 years from the adoption date. And for first 5 years, we need projects with cost by year. And for next 5 years, we if you provide a list of projects with the year plan, priority of this project is not required. So for first 5 years, we need all projects by year and cost. And when you submit the priority matrix, the project should be clearly visible. And if you are applying just for planning grant, then we can award this point if the planning grant is related to a capital project. Some common errors. Sometimes the resolution is more than 2 years old, so make sure that you update the resolution, get approved, like when you submit the application. Sometimes the priority matrix, it spans less than 10 years, so we specifically check years. It should be for 10 years. Sometimes some applications, they do not submit minutes that shows this CIP or AMP was adopted. Sometimes we notice that the proposed project is not easily visible on the CIP, or the name is different, or it is not evident from that matrix. We don't try to spend time on looking for that project, so make sure that it is highlighted and it has almost the same project name. Sometimes there is a large cost difference between the CIP and the application, and it is not clearly explained. We do not award those points. And sometimes narratives do not explain changes in CIP priority, or sometimes they don't provide narrative in the application. So we do not award these points. This is a new line item, 3F. It is for flood resiliency action plan applicable to drinking water, wastewater, and CDPGI projects. The application qualifies for these points if the applicant has created this flood resilience action plan, and that and narrative should include inventory of assets exposed to flooding, prioritize actions for achieving flood resilience, and consideration of future flooding events. Our guidance has more information. Please read that and provide map to claim these points where applicable. Now,
The last category, affordability. For 4A1 points, these are your categories that talk about the connections that you have, and you can only claim one of those, so less than 10, less than 5, or less than 1,000 connections. Please make sure that you only provide the number of connections as of the date of the application, nothing for future. And then our DWI staff will look at the application and make sure that there are no differences, or if there are differences in the number of connections, that you would explain those differences. These are the the rates for, the combined monthly rates for, water and sewer based on 5,000 gallons that we are looking, to compare your data against for the priority points claim. For those, rates, we ask that you, provide your rate sheet, that we are able to, look at the sewer and the water and, be able to calculate those rates, provide your calculations so that as we review them, that we'll be able to match that. If we can't match it, then we'll look at the lowest value that, is provided. If you are a single-use system, there is a conversion factor there, 0.4 for water, 0.6 for sewer. And then the last note is that we're going to use your in-town rates to calculate. For our indicators, so these are our LGU indicators. You can only claim one of these categories as well, either 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, or 5 out of 5. Or if the project benefits a disadvantaged area, the LGU indicators that pre-populate with our affordability calculator include the ones that you see there on the screen. We will provide points based on the data from our affordability calculator. And you can choose either the ACS or the OSBM data. There's a little button on the calculator that allows you to choose between those. If you are, if your project is for a disadvantaged area, we provide some of our guidance in our point system here. 4C4 is the points that you would be claiming, and it has changed since fall of 2023, giving additional priority projects benefiting disadvantaged areas. The disadvantaged area is defined in our item 1E, and it relates to a public health or in the environment, not to anything financial. The qualification for these points is that 50% of construction costs must benefit the disadvantaged area. So you need to show that, and we need to be able to see that in your documentation.
The portion about the OSBM versus ACS data.
Yes.
I just wanted to mention that we made a recent change this last year to add in OSBM data as for smaller locations. It's often more accurate. ACS data is based on surveys, so you should choose what gives you the highest points, and we will honor your choice. So it's important that you look at both and see what's better.
Also, really quick, one of the things I pointed out yesterday, I've only seen this one time, but it may be out there more. If you're looking at your American Community Survey data, and you do like, this is for a median household income, was the one where we saw it, and it's just a big old dash. Like there's no data, use the county data instead of just taking the dash, so you can get credit. That's essentially what happens with anywhere with the ACS data where you see a blank. There are very few out there free the county. Also say if you have like a sanitary district where you're like, there's no data out there, use the county level data. So.
To document 4C4 points, make sure that you refer to the guidance and provide all of the required information. Just to highlight that, the projects receiving 1E points will also receive 4C4 points without additional documentation. In your justification narrative, just make sure that you provide all of the information that we are asking for in our guidance, as well as maps or public health or environmental benefits. If the project that benefits the disadvantaged area also benefits an area outside of that disadvantaged area, then you need to show that breakdown in your guidance or in the narrative that you provide to us, and show us the calculations that you use to arrive at that documentation. Projects benefiting 4C4 points are eligible for 50% principal forgiveness at $500,000. With that as the initial cap. And then benefiting the disadvantaged areas must provide the documentation to be eligible for principal forgiveness, even if you're claiming the 4C points.
4E4F or CDBGI related. 4E deals with poverty rate for your LGU. It's basically your ACS data. Maximum points is 15. The current rating right now is from 2023. So 13.2% is the poverty rate. So if your LGU is above 13.2, you'll start receiving points. We have adjusted the scale. The maximum point is two times the poverty rate. So if your LGU is 26.4 poverty rate or higher, you'll receive the maximum points for that. That's, I think, 103 LGUs in North Carolina. For low to moderate income, this is 4F. This is our national objective. You must meet 51% for this for your project. If you do not meet 51%, it's ineligible for funding. The critical things here is the documentation you must provide, both electronic or digital. The LMISD for HUD will be used. For your income survey, you must meet that MOE, and I'll talk about that later more in my portion of the brief. Also, if you do an income survey, you must meet your MOE's margin of error. You must meet your margin of error of less than 10% or the margin of error for the LMISD data that HUD provides for your community. Okay, whatever is less. And I'll discuss that in more detail during the CDBGI portion of the brief. And that is it.
All right, everyone, we are very slightly ahead of schedule. So why don't we go ahead and take a lunch break and come back at 12:15? It's almost 12:15, 8 minutes early. Let's go ahead and come back at 1:30 for lunch. So those of you online, Susan will drop that into the chat. I'm not sure about for those of y'all in the room. Restaurants are around here. I know I've been to a First Watch here. There's a good Mexican joint. And beyond that, there's plenty of eating places kind of out around Page Road and 40. So we'll see you back at 1:30 and have a good lunch. Those of you online, we will talk to you soon. Okay, I think you should be good.
Do you know if this is working on this?
Oh, yeah, so it's, anytime you invest in your books, you have to go back and click on the presentation. There you go, try it now. You're good. Okay, take it away. So we're gonna hear from Eric, and then we will hear from Matthew, and then from David, and then we'll wrap up. So Eric, take it away.
Yes, my name is Eric Harris. I'm the CDBGI program manager. I'll be taking the next 30 minutes to talk about the program specifics for CDBGI and the funding. This is the outline. Everything in the red box here, I'm going to hit the hardest because this is where most of our updates has been since the fall application. Significant updates to the LMI percentage, calculating that for your projects. And our tabulation spreadsheet. Everything is posted on our website. If you need to go to our find everything on for our application, just go to our funding application process, and right below here, additional CDBGI, additional forms. You'll find everything here. The priority rating system has been updated for the spring round, as well as Appendix A. Those are the dominant updates since the fall funding round. Okay, so for fall, the FY25 funding for CDBGI, we anticipate a total funding of $18 million. We awarded $8 million from the fall funding round, so we anticipate about $10 million to award for the spring round. If you'll receive CDBGI funds in the last 3 years, you are limited to $3 million, okay, total for a grant for application. But if you apply for CDBGI funds in the last 3 years and you receive awards, that limit could be reduced based off of what you've received for CDBGI in the last 3 years, okay? If you, the maximum number of open CDBGI grants is 3. Again, so if you have already CDBGI grants, we'll be looking at that from you. You can submit multiple applications to us, but the highest one will go to SWIA for recommendation for approval. A program focus is mainly for healthy living environment. It's mainly focused on also LMI. That's the national objective for the CDBG program. We must meet that. There's other national objectives, but for the CDBGI, it's the low to moderate income. Low to moderate persons are defined as anyone that meets the household income of 80% or lower. Project area limitations, we're mostly in residential areas, so we cannot be like in business parks or commercial areas. The floodway, we're not able to do any funding in the floodway, although we could do CIPP of pipes that are in the floodway, or bore underneath the floodway, but the entry point must be outside the floodway. We cannot disturb the floodway. We can't do work in the floodplain. The 1%, 2% floodplains, we can do work within there. So CDBGI funding is eligible in those. We just cannot do the floodway. The eligibility criteria, with the exception of the entitlement communities that are highlighted here and counties, most LGUs are eligible to apply for CDBGI funds. For the counties below, the 2 towns of Holly Springs and Linden, they are in entitlement counties. They can still apply for CDBGI funds to the division. Now, if you're a water authority, you have to apply through a local government unit. You'll be a subrecipient for that, but the local government unit is the primary recipient of the funds. Even though you'll be applying for the funding, it has to go through a local government unit. They're the primary the funding recipient. Okay, I want to make sure I hit this really good for everybody because this tends to be a problem for our applications. The project description. Please take time to identify all your major components of your project, okay? Use approximate for identifying your linear footage, your volumes, diameters of pipes going through the project area. Include your pump ratings and that you may know for your project that you'll be replacing. Any type of data on that in your application as much as possible. Identify the geographic locations of where your work is at along roads, geographic reference points, streams, or hills as much as possible. Be as descriptive as possible in your description for your project, okay? When you include your map, reference your map in your appendix and then ensure your map matches your project description, okay? Indicate all your major components that you'll be replacing on your map or rehabbing on your map. And particularly for if it's for your project, because if we cannot identify on your project or there's any question as to if it's impacting the area that's an LMI in question, we may not be able to fund that portion of your project. Okay, so be very specific about how your infrastructure is impacting your LMI areas on your project. We ask that you indicate your LMISD data in 26.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your role. I was just going back to the question about approximately, like volumetric and linear footage, capacity approximately makes sense, but for diameter, can you still use the word approximately and then change the diameter later?
For diameter of pipe, you know, sometimes with surveys, you may come out there and say, hey, it's not a 6-inch pipe that we're rehabbing, it might be an 8-inch pipe. Okay, so that's, you know, if you're just not based off the data, you're using old data from maps from your LGU, because in certain areas, that's fine. The application is a proposal. Your engineering report is where you would find your data points, okay? This is not something that is hard and fast. The application is just to get this, to understand what you're trying to do, so we can bring it to SWIA forward. Yep. The engineering report is the key point, where we'll find that. Project map, okay, so yes, submit as an appendix. Okay, if you're doing connections on your project, please identify your LMI connections, your non-LMI connections on your map or in your project area. And please provide your map on reference. Please look at the bottom of this slide. If your project description is kind of confusing, we'll go to your public hearing comments where you provide that to your constituents and look at that. If that is somewhat confusing too, then it may be your application is deemed ineligible, okay? All right, the national objectives. For CDBGI, our national objectives is LMI, as I've discussed before. There are two ways we're looking at meeting our LMI: area benefit and limited clientele. Area benefit is where the entire project area meets 51%, okay? And I want to highlight this bullet here. Project area should not be intentionally drawn to include LMI persons or exclude non-LMI persons. You're going to be using for area benefit the data, and I'll talk about here momentarily, HUD LMISD data. So you cannot intentionally draw your project areas to limit certain areas within that, okay, within your community, to just non-LMI or LMI. So just be careful of how you draw your develop your project for that area. For limited clientele, this is all going to be income surveys, because you have to do an income survey to be qualified under the clientele. But if you have a benefit that is going to have an area wide, such as, let's say, you're going to do a pump station that's going to have an area wide benefit to larger than your limited area that you're doing your project in, then it doesn't fall in that. We cannot use that for limited clientele. We may deem that portion of your project ineligible, but may fund the rest of your project. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at these two criteria. All right, determining LMI. First method and the most preferred method from HUD, Housing and Urban Development, is using the LMISD data, the low and moderate income survey summary data, method 1. You must use the most current data. It is from 2016 to 2020. All our information that's posted on our website has links to that data, and I'll show that how you get to that in a moment here. The second method is an income survey, and some of you who've done this, you understand how you got to do that. But I want to highlight something here: is you got to meet your margin of error. Previously, some of our tabulations did not provide for a margin of error calculation for us, but HUD issued guidance back in 2024 where you have to meet a margin of error requirement. Our tabulation sheet does account for that. We have a sample size of less than 30 and sample size greater than 30, or survey size greater than 30, meaning your lots, okay? And that's what we're going against. All right, I'll talk about that here momentarily. And then there's 4 types of surveys in that green box that you can do. Okay, the preferred method for LMI percentage is the LMISD. And I just want to highlight here, I'm using Fountain, but this is just a geographic reference here for this, okay? This is just an example, all right? So number 1 is your project area, okay? You have this project, whatever it is that you want to do, it's somewhere in this part of North Carolina. You find it just east of Fountain. So you look up Fountain, North Carolina, you go to the link that we provided in our data. Type in Fountain, that's because where it's at. You locate it, you search for your LMISD there, and then from 4, it's a map here. This this is like a census tract block here where your project area is at. And then from there, number 5, you record your LMI percentage, which is 71.5%. You're done. That is your LMI percentage for your project, and that's what you'll record for your application. Okay. The exception is if you have connections. If you have connections, you've got to do your income survey. This is the preferred method for doing your LMI percentage for your project. Okay. Moving on. Let's say you have a project that has multiple LMISDs. It falls in multiple locations like such, where it's at number 1. It's in 2 areas, okay? You cannot average the LMI percentage. That's what HUD says, okay? So you have to do this equation here, LMI percentage, the sum of LMI population divided by the sum of the LMI universal populations here, okay? So by this, you go to, again, you highlight your locations, you pull your data, you find your LMI percentage and your low to moderate universal populations here, okay, for both census blocks, all right? You use the equation to get your summations, and then you divide, which gets you 73.12%. We're right in this area here, and that's your LMI percentage, okay? That is for multiple census tract, LMISDs if your project lands in that, okay? Depending on how your project is, okay? All right, now, if you're, do not trust the LMISD data that HUD has provided for you, because it's all census data that HUD is producing based off of income and all that. That's what they're producing for us. You could do a methodological income survey, okay? However, you have to meet your margin of error of 10%, okay? So essentially, that's what they state, okay? Problem is, for HUD, a lot of the stuff that they had on their website is gone, okay? So, and what they do have present, I really can't really use for our projects. So what we have is a margin of error that is used off of our surveys, our survey size for residents and lots, okay? And I'm going to talk about that here momentarily. Next thing here is income surveys are done for all connections, okay? So LMI must be done for any type of well or sewer connections. Okay, so for what I talk about with sample size here is our net survey size, okay? Meaning you're gonna do your survey, you're gonna get people who are gonna answer your questions about their income. You're gonna get non-responses, you're gonna have vacant lots, and vacant lots are defined in our Appendix A, and you're gonna have abandoned lots within your project area. If you have an abandoned lot, that's where we'll give you credit for, like we'll reduce your survey. Okay, that's your net sample size or survey size, okay? You must provide documentation of abandoned lots in your project area to show that you have, if you have a survey of 30 residents, but 5 of them are abandoned, you must show 5 abandoned, like what is it that you say are abandoned, okay? Again, Appendix A shows that documentation. So for example, for MOE or certain project area, where MOE is below the LMISD of 10%, you have a project area that's in this area, number 3. The MOE is 10%. You do your survey, and your income survey comes back with an MOE of 3.07%, which is less than 10. And the income MOE is also less than 10%. Therefore, you meet the HUD survey, income survey of less than 10% plus the MOE for your LMISD. So therefore, that's a good survey. You can present your LMI percentage for this project. In this case, in number 2, you do another project in another area where you do an income survey that in this area, the ACS data is 10%. the income survey comes back with 2.5, LMISD is 2%. Because your LMISD is only 2% for the HUD, but your income survey is 2.5, this survey will not be allowed until you can reduce your MOE below the LMISD MOE of 2. Does that make sense? Okay. I hope so. The bottom line is you have to meet 2 criteria for your income surveys. The MOE has to be below 10% or below the LMISD for your area for HUD that's produced. For a lot of places in North Carolina, I've seen there's some that's above like 20% MOE. So, I mean, then all you have to have is an income survey below 10%. But some surveys, LMISD from HUD has that 2%. So you have to have an income survey below 2%. So when you're trying to do your income survey, you got to meet that MOE, okay? Okay, I'm going to talk about our tabulation sheets here that we updated. Here we've updated all the stuff here. We have tab 1, which is instructions. Tab 2 is the LMISD, the multiple LMISD. Tab 3 is our LMI information. Tab 4 is our demographics, and tab 5 is our connections here. I'm only going to talk about tab 2 and 3 because that's basically new information for y'all. Tab 2 is that multiple, if you have a project that has multiple LMISDs, you can provide this table for your project, and it'll calculate your LMI percentage down here in yellow, okay? Please ensure if you're doing this, providing this, that you sign it up at where it's at in where the star is at. And you just provide all the information that's in this table here. This is the new income survey. I'm just going to highlight a few of the columns here, but just keep in mind that if you scroll down below what you see here, you have the instructions for each column of what you have to do here. All right. And what you have to fill out for the income survey. All right. We have also the links to where you get your LMISD and your income limits for your project area. All right. Where you see colors for each for your MOE, that's where the corresponding columns where you're pulling the data from. Okay. Orange up here is enter total persons for the residents. You're going to put your total persons for each resident. It'll calculate that total persons. You'll see here these gray columns here. Please do not mess with these columns. They're actually calculated in your margin of error. In yellow is your annual household income that is provided by that resident. And then you'll place that column where the number of residents they have in that household. So if they meet certain that limit based off the income limit, you'll place the number of people in green in the area, and the red is above that income. Once you calculate, once you get all that information, the bottom left here where the margin of error is at, that'll calculate it. You do need in the blue portion here, place your LMISD from HUD in there for the MOE for margin of error. If you get a true result here instead of a false, you can move on to your LMI percentage and provide your LMI percentage for your project. But that's the tabulation sheet right here. Please sign it and submit that with your application. All right, that sums up everything for the income survey. Again, our Appendix A has been updated. All links are updated, and this survey, the tabulations workbook is now posted to our website. Please submit both electronic and a hard copy. Do document the methodology you used, if it was an income survey or the LMISD, the HUD data that you provided to us. For your awareness, all projects for 2025 will fall under BABA requirements for us. These are all CDBGI compliance requirements that you must be aware of when applying for our applications. Jen highlighted this earlier, our audits. You will need to be up and current with your audits through fiscal year 2025 in the last 3 years, so 23, 24, 25. There is a public hearing requirement. Appendix B provides all the requirements that you need to submit for your public hearing requirements for CDBG. Again, electric submission and hard copy. We have the mailing address and all for us. As soon as we get the electric submission, we are looking for the hard copy to confirm we have hard copy with us at the Archdale building. Because we still have to have the hard copy per our requirements for HUD. What are your questions? I'm right on time. None?
You mentioned that, but what about American?
It would fall under that. So, that's it. Any other questions? All right, who's my, I believe two.
Good afternoon, y'all. Next 30 minutes or so, gonna chat with everyone about the Viable Utility Program, what we can fund as far as construction and planning projects, provide some specifics on the VUR construction application information that we require, and as well as go through the AIA and MRF priority rating systems. I'm Matthew Rushing, the program manager for AIAs and MRFs for the division. Spans both distress systems through the Viable Utility Program and non-distress systems through the state reserves, drinking water and wastewater. So as always, like to start from the top, our mission is to follow the state's water and wastewater master plan. Basically defines and lays out what should occur in a viable utility as far as proper planning, making long-term business-based decisions. Ultimately, it is an enterprise fund, so ensuring that that enterprise fund is self-sustaining. Establishes to your best capabilities, organizational excellence, and that may just be doing a little better tomorrow than you're doing today, making those incremental improvements. Providing for appropriate levels of infrastructure maintenance, operation, and reinvestment to make sure that the service is reliable now and into the future. That is the overarching mission of the master plan as adopted by SWEA. We are updating that currently, so there will be a new 2026 version here soon. Talking about the Viable Utility Program specifically, legislation was signed into law in 2020. Courtesy of Session Law 2020-79, basically updated our general statutes 159G, which is the Water Infrastructure Fund. That's what the division administers. The goals, of course, being to foster the viability of water and wastewater operations across the state. It identifies and designates local government units as distressed. It provides necessary process for developing those viable utilities, as well as coordinating approval jointly between SWEA, State Water Infrastructure Authority, which is our board, and Local Government Commission, which is part of the Department of State Treasurer. Part of that statute update was it created the Viable Utility Reserve, which is the pot of funds that we administer for distress systems and projects. Fundable activities, let's say, can include the bump training, construction projects, and then, of course, planning projects, AIAs, MRFs, and rate studies. There's just some broad objectives of the Viable Utility Program. Of course, assisting distressed utilities across the board. If we can fund your project, great. If not, we hope to find someone who can. And then, of course, to support the efforts and projects that promote viability. whether it's through our resources or someone else, we definitely want to support your utilities across the board. Technical, managerial, and financial capacity. Hopefully that is a common little phrase, and that's really, those are the realms that we operate in. These next couple of slides lay out side by side. On the left, the statutory requirements from 159G of all distress systems. And then on the right, what we understand are the available resources. So asset inventory and assessment and rate studies, top requirement of distress systems. And lo and behold, we can fund AIA grants and rate studies through the Viable Utility Reserve. So there's a nice one-to-one pairing there. The next requirement is training and educational program, and this is the initial training. So once the system is designated as distressed, your first requirement will be to attend our upcoming bump training, which I know we're scheduling for the spring. You can find more information on our website. I believe we are just focusing on Central North Carolina and Eastern, understanding the West has been quite inundated with a lot of other needs. So we will certainly return out West to do the bump training in the fall is our current plan. But like I said, you can look on our website, find that information. And if you're designated distressed, that bump training, the cost to get there is covered in an automatic $2,000 allocation through our Viable Utility Reserves. Previously, we would award just a flat $2,000 grant, but knowing the timing of those disbursements, that effectively turns into an unliquidated obligation. So now what we're administering is basically every distress system has up to $2,000 to meet their initial training requirement. And we're administering that in the background per SWE and LGC's approval. So again, bump training, primary requirement, and lo and behold, we have training grants that can effectively cover those costs. Of course, you can also find on the League of Municipalities website other on-demand modules, one of them being the full bump training that we do and take around the state, but also a lot of other resources that are reimbursable through that training grant to, again, help improve the technical, managerial, financial capacity of your utility. The next requirement is to develop a short-term action plan. The way that we conceive the short-term action plan is basically once you're designated distress, and then along the way through your journey through the program, is having a short-term action plan to help identify what are your next steps that are most important for you to improve your viability. So if a system gets designated distressed, have never completed an asset management plan, well, the top thing in your short-term action plan will be to develop an asset management plan. If you already have an AMP, so your next thing would be to do a proper rate study. The rate study would be your top item on the short-term action plan. So it really is intended to carry you and show you what needs to occur next in meeting the statutory requirements. There is no funding for that. That is very much a staff-led effort, but we have quite the robust field service team to help y'all identify those needs. The next bit is what we are currently working on and have been working on for a little while now, is that long-term plan. We have coined the long-term plan requirement as the long-term viability plan. We're writing the guidance now. We've been doing a lot of outreach and just initial brainstorming of how can we make something like this happen, understanding this is not something that we can directly fund. We don't have a long-term plan grant. So how can we help systems meet the statutory requirements, understanding it will take a lot of legwork of staff time. But ultimately, that long-term plan needs to cover continuing education of the governing board and operating staff to make sure that the initial bump training you got remains present and current for your staff, as well as those continuing education pieces for changing treatment processes. You need a new operator certificate. Well, that it should be a part of your continuing education plan, as well as, of course, the succession planning that every utility ultimately must be ready for. The second piece, the other big piece of the long-term plan, is that long-term financial management strategy. And that can cover not just, of course, making sure you have enough money to pay your month-to-month obligations, but how are you planning for those big reinvestments when 30, 40 years comes down the line? have you and are you able to put money away to plan for that? So those are the main features that are pretty codified in 159G of the long-term plan. But of course, systems that are designated as distressed have certain reasons why they were designated distressed. And so we want to make sure the long-term plan entails addressing those things, staying out ahead of it, whether it's depreciation, operating margin, receivables ratio, spending cash that you have. North Carolina utilities, interestingly enough, at least based on audit data, are pretty cash rich. And so now how do we change that culture into reinvesting that cash that is? And then lastly, that reinvestment piece, that is pretty one-to-one. VUR construction grants can fund eligible project types. They are codified in 159G. They generally entail interconnections and regionalization projects, rehab and replacement of critical infrastructure. There is a provision for decentralized construction projects of splitting up a large system into smaller parts, or even thinking decentralized treatment is also an eligible project type. And then there is always the provision, other matters as approved and recommended by Sweden Local Government Commission. They, of course, ultimately are the ones who approve all of the VUR funding. So just these couple slides, you can see some things that are required by distressed systems can be directly funded by the division. They don't have to be, but they can be. And then some things are not fundable projects. And so it definitely takes legwork and coordination and a lot of one-on-one time with our staff. There's a question in the room. Yes.
I actually have two questions. So the first question is related to the long-term action plan, the long-term financial management plan. So I know that the statute kind of lists those as distinct items. Is the division, when you develop the guidance, are you going to have that so that those two things are combined, or do they have to be distinctly separate plans?
Great question. As we're conceiving it, they don't have to be distinct, but certainly getting, a system starting off from stage 0 is going to have more in the short term to do than the system starting off at stage 8 or 9, however you want to quantify that. But ultimately, the long-term plan needs to cover the short and long-term needs. The short-term needs may be a little more one-off efforts than recurring efforts, if that's what your solution is. So as conceived, they don't have to be separate, but just to trying to take the most approach, most systems are starting off with less. So the short term will be more, get your AMP, get all the information you have to make these long-term decisions first. But some folks are already starting off with all that information, and then it's just a matter of putting that into a 20-year planning horizon, let's say.
My second question is, so you talked about, the VR construction grants are basically one way that reinvestment can be funded through division, but obviously with the way the ARPA funding fell, a lot of communities have already hit their 15 million lifetime cap. Is the division ever going to propose, now obviously the legislature has control of that, but are they ever going to propose that be lifted or modified in some way, just because, there's a lot of folks out there that need more than $15 million. I mean,
Right.
And there's just not a lot of funding out there.
That is not on our current radar to make such a recommendation. I think there are only a few systems that are up against that $15 million cap currently. But I know we've been working with them directly to get them the resources they need, certainly. So it's not on our radar at this time, but certainly, would never say never. No, thank you for your questions. All right, cool. Hopefully everyone online heard that. I apologize. I don't see any chats coming through that no one did, so I'm going to assume as much. But we can follow up with y'all if y'all have any questions online. This slide just shows, again, all the fundable projects through the Viable Utility Reserve. So AIAs and rate studies required by all distress systems, for all distress systems rather. The goal there being develop an asset management plan, capital improvement plan, and then develop that rate study, hopefully or ideally in that order. The capital improvement plan needs to be based on what's identified through the criticality and condition assessment in the asset management plan. And then the rate study is pulling in all those capital needs and those ongoing O&M costs that are required on a more regular basis. So nice sequence of events there. Figure out what you have through the asset management plan, figure out what you need to do through the capital improvement plan, and then figure out how you're going to generate the revenue to do those things through the rate study. Merger regionalization feasibility studies are also eligible through the Viable Utility Reserve. They are by no means a requirement of any distressed system, but certainly some systems path to viability will go through a merger or regionalization effort with another entity that may entail truly that consolidation approach, selling and divesting of all obligations in the water and sewer sector, or forming a new entity with other systems into a new authority, water sewer district. And then pretty much anywhere in between. Interconnections to provide assured capacity, staff sharing, resource sharing, anything that revolves around improving the economies of scale is what an MRF study is intended to do. And again, some systems may be able to show their viability on their own, and that's great. Some may need a partner to help them get over that hurdle. So we can certainly help address those as the cases arise. A couple other fundable things. Emergency operating grants, they're only for systems that have been taken over fiscal control by the local government commission. There are currently none. So honestly, we could strike this from the slide. That's not a fundable activity. No one applies for it. It's truly us, the division and local government commission providing emergency operating revenue. But then of course, construction project grants, again, talked about those a little bit. They can be funded by the Viable Utility Reserve for a pretty strict set of project types. But for most distressed systems, fixing what already exists and maybe changing how the current operations work are really the two low-hanging fruit options that we want to fund with the VUR construction dollars.
What is the maximum project funding for VUR?
Great question. We'll talk about that on this slide right here. So this round, we have approximately $20 million in Viable Utility Reserve funds. Kind of keeping in step with what we've done prior, we're looking at 90% of that roughly to be awarded for construction projects, up to kind of a self-imposed $5 million per project. But if you look at this past fall funding round, we had the same kind of internal goal, but some projects did receive more than $5 million in VUR funds. Truly just depends on the demand and what we get. But we're aiming, we'd like to spread the money around a little bit. So we just established a $5 million per project goal there out of that 18 or so million of the 20 million we have. For planning, so that would be asset inventory and assessment, rate study, and merger regionalization feasibility studies, aiming to award $2 million for those types of projects with a $400,000 per LGU cap. The planning, we want to, again, make sure the money is spread around somewhat to a few systems. And that $400,000 entails any combination of AIA, MRF, or rate study. So similar, if y'all were around during the ARPA days, $400,000 of planning dollars were available through the ARPA funds. And so we're administering it the same way. It can be a $300,000 AIA and a $100,000 MRF. But just up to that $400,000 per local government unit cap for any of those combinations of needs. We can certainly fund rate studies as part of an AIA and as part of an MRF, but if you're a distressed system, we do have clear requirements and minimum criteria of that rate study, and we know it may take more than just a small line item in a larger project to meet that. Yes, have another question in the room. And I'll repeat this one this time.
So I recall at one point in the past, there was talk about allowing LGUs that had already done their AIA to apply for a rate study as a standalone, like not as part of the AIA. Is that something that can be done in the spring round?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Rate studies are a single project type that's eligible in the VUR. It makes sense to pair it with an AIA since it's kind of that last long-term financial management piece that, the EPA touts and is, the EPA's asset management framework is our framework. So the rate study is a critical piece of a true asset management plan. But certainly if you already have an asset management plan, you can apply for a standalone rate study and get the full kit and caboodle.
Follow-up question on that. So if we did have a community that wanted to apply for just a rate study,
Mhm.
how would you go about doing an application for that? Because like the A,
Yep.
for us doesn't really fit, like there's not.
Yep. We've talked about this a little internally. I think, well, we can go many different directions. Don't know where we'll go, but for this round, I would say use the AIA application as the framework. So 3 challenges. We'll know it'll be for a rate study. And we would like to know about that ahead of time as well. So once y'all start diving into that rate study only application, please reach out. And we'll help navigate that. Because yes, we're aware there's no rate study priority rating system guidance. But as we have funded previously, the last few years, it's been a part of an AIA, so easy to integrate it there. But yes, if anyone's applying for a standalone rate study, please reach out to us and we'll help y'all navigate that narrative and all that.
Thank you.
But yeah, use the AIA framework, and then of course there will be nuances within that. So again, VR funding options, 20 million for the spring round, construction, $5 million per project, and for planning, $400,000 per local government unit for any combination. Funding through the VUR may be paired with state revolving funds, state reserve grant, state reserve loan. So it truly is just could be a portion of the overall funded project, or it may be the entirety of the funded project. Truly just depends round to round how many applications we get, how much, who's eligible for what. But VUR is definitely a part of that overall funding equation. Yes. Correct. Purely just a staff recommendation to spread the money around a little bit. But again, within that $15 million lifetime LGU cap that all distress systems have. So we may be able to fund $3 million of a $6 million project through the VUR to get someone up to that 15 million cap. And so then the other 3 million would come from another source that we have available. Yeah, credit to Shadi for being able to make that algorithm work, honestly. So specifically for the VUR construction application, y'all have heard today the priority rating system. We use the exact same priority rating system for VUR construction consideration as the state revolving fund, state reserve construction programs. The only additional piece you must provide if you want to be considered for VUR funding is the supplemental information form for VUR construction projects. It looks like this. I'm holding it up on the front page, has LGU name, project type, or project name and project type. The VU initial education is the first, call it gateway. We just want to make sure that you are aware, or your system is aware of your training status. The second question is certainly not a gotcha, but it helps us if you check the right box. These are the true project types as codified in 159G for VUR construction funding. Call them out again. The project provides interconnection or extension of public water, wastewater infrastructure to provide regional service. The second category is project rehabilitates existing infrastructure. The third is project decentralizes an existing public or water wastewater system into smaller viable parts. And then the nice fifth catch-all is other options deemed feasible. So if you're wanting to apply for VUR construction funding and you can't fit your project into one of the top 3 boxes, it may fit in the 4th one. But certainly reach out to us and let's have that conversation before you guess. And it may not be that we can fund that project out of the VUR, so wouldn't want you to have to go through that exercise. For the astute-minded folks, you can see that D4 is not listed in here. That codifies all the planning projects, so that's why that's not in the list. 1, 2, 3, and 5 cover what is eligible for VUR construction only. And then lastly, the real important piece of this supplemental form is tell us how your project promotes the viability of your system. We prefer to see a capital improvement plan. Hopefully that is tied to an asset management plan that helps quantify and discuss what your challenges are how you plan to address those challenges and meet your level of service goals. So if you have an adopted capital improvement plan, please either include it to this form. If you don't include it in the application, if you include it in the application as part of your capital improvement plan or asset management plan points, just mention that so we know that we can go find your capital improvement plan. But we certainly will look back on older AIAs, older MRF projects, again, just to make sure the project fits within your path, the viability, what those recommendations were from those past projects. And then lastly, on number 3, because everyone is assessed by certain criteria, if you can clearly point to us in your little narrative here that you will be addressing depreciation, and depreciation is one of the reasons why you became distressed in the first place, that will only help us connect the dots and provide, you know, a nice tangible KPI, so to speak, of the issue that you're trying to address. Yes, there's another question in the room.
So I have 2 questions. One on the initial education, I think I asked this question last year, I can't remember what the answer was, but there may be some utilities that have fallen below the threshold of being complete, but they don't realize it until we like start investigating. Is there a grace period of any time? Because between now and April 30th, they may not be able to get to a DWI training and
Right.
have it report to pay for the online training. You know, or they may not know how to use this and all that sort of stuff. But is there a grace period by which they can get themselves compliant, like before awards are made by SWIA or something after that?
Yes. So the question in the room is there effectively a grace period for the bump requirement when it comes to VUR construction funding eligibility? And yes, we do plan to incorporate some specific grant conditions once we get to that stage. So for construction projects, that's typically a year after the letter of intent to fund. And it will tie to getting back up and current and complete with the bump status by a certain time. But we know, and y'all know, that no one really knows what staff turnover is going to look like. So we're not going to necessarily go hunting down to see if you've had turnover. The grace period will be effectively a year from when we learn of that turnover. But again, we're still having discussions with SWIA and VUC about certain grant conditions and the local government commission as well. So we will certainly have some more robust expectations clearly established here soon. But yes, at this time, there is a grace period. Getting the funding award through VUR is not contingent on your current status, but by the end of the project, we will want you to improve that situation in a reasonable manner.
And then my second question is about, it's related to the other options being feasible, and then the summary of the how promotes viability. So obviously, if we're going to go for that option, we would need to talk about this just to make sure that it does fit. But do you have any ideas of what kind of documentation you would expect to demonstrate the findings, the sufficient revenues to adequately fund management, operations, et cetera? Do you have any ideas of like generally what kind of documentation you write, or is it would be very specific to the utility?
I think it's just that. It'll be very specific to the utility, to the situation, why they were distressed. You know, if you're obviously, I think a simple approach for, say, moving from a pump station to a gravity sewer, you're obviously going to not have to pay that electricity bill in the pump station. You don't have to go out and monitor it. So that is a tangible improvement. You can show the utility bill. That's no longer going to have to be on the books. And so there's an improvement to the operating margin and a few other of those distress criteria as well. So that's a very simple one. Extending lines to current residents and incorporating them in your system. If you got dinged, got a point for having a small population, and this may put you over that threshold, and so you'll no longer get a point. Well, yes, that seems like an absolutely valuable investment of the VUR funds.
Okay. Thanks.
So yeah, very much case by case. And so yeah, but certainly want to have that discussion. If y'all again get down, you're like, oh well, the top 3 don't fit. We need to go with that 4th box. We'll definitely help y'all navigate that. Cool. Just real quick, wanted to call out the VUR construction project time, well, yes.
Just gonna tag on, if you have questions, if there's any, distressing to that question about on status, you can email Bill Barr or myself. Also that some of that information should be going out with the announcements that either have already gone out or going out soon, upcoming trainings are April 28th. So
April 28th and when?
April 28th in Huntersville and April 8th in Charlotte.
So Katie was just sharing, if y'all have any questions about your bump status, you can use our VU training email address, deq.dwi.vutraining, to contact Tony and Katie about your bump status. But then you said April 28th, we will be in Kernersville for bump training. And April 8th, we will be in Tarboro for bump training as well. So April 8th, Tarboro, April 28th, Kernersville. Please reach out to Tony and Katie through that email address to get more information. It should be on our website soon if it's not already.
Yeah, I was about to ask if the email address published anywhere, because I don't remember seeing it last month.
It will be come tomorrow.
Thank you. Yes, the email address will be published on our website soon, but you can pull up this supplemental form and find the email address there. Again, before we move on, wanted to make it clear, if you're applying for construction funding and you wish to receive or be considered for VUR construction funds, you must provide this form as required to be considered. If not, we will not consider your project for VUR construction. It will only be eligible for the state reserves, if available, state revolving fund, everything except for the VUR. Wanted to make sure that was clear. So brief look ahead, just for some assurances, VUR construction projects follow the same milestone schedule as all of the other division funding programs. So you effectively have 1 year to get your engineering report and environmental information document approved so we can issue the funding offer. And then you have 2 years from the letter of intent to fund to get under construction contract. Same exact timelines as the rest of our programs. The only difference is that you will have a supplemental form if you are a distressed system, regardless of being funded by Viable Utility Reserve, that covers some initial O&M costs. Again, trying to help you identify where those financial improvements, operational improvements will occur before the project. Hopefully, ultimately, you will realize them at the end of the project as well, and then be able to update your asset management plan accordingly. So same project schedule, same timeline, same expectations, regardless of how the project's funded. The only addition being that engineering report supplemental, which gets more to the viability and some of those key performance indicators for your utility. Briefly, similar idea of planning projects, whether it's funded through the state reserves or the Viable Utility Reserve. Here is the set of milestone schedules. Ideally, we issue the funding offer roughly 5 months after the letter of intent to fund. That occurs right after we approve your project scope. And then 20 months after the letter of intent to fund, we would like to see your draft deliverables before you present the project and the findings to your local government board. And then that will give us 4 months from the to round out that 2-year grant period for AIAs, MRFs, and rate studies to approve the final deliverable and make that final disbursement. So planning projects, 2 years from start to finish. And then at the end of the project, we would like roughly, at least a month, hopefully more, before you present the findings to the board. Provide the draft deliverables to us. We will impart whatever value we can, but really it's just to make sure that the capital improvement plan, say, that's getting adopted by the board through the project is based in the reality established through the asset management plan, for example. So if you have questions about the project timeline, these 2 slides can help you get a sense there. Some other efforts we're doing, we do a lot more than projects. We're engaged with COGS and Raftellus through a big rate study contract. We're continuing to work with the EPA and USDA Rural Development on closing America's wastewater access gap. We do have another round this year of voluntary energy optimization training that we're collaborating with through the State Energy Office. You can see the dates here, the link below. This will take you to where you can register. We'll be in Statesville, May 19th through 21st, Hendersonville, June 23rd through 25th, and location TBD, somewhere out east, September 22nd through 24th. This is very much part of a larger energy efficiency training that, funny enough, a lot of us staff are going through. But the focus for these sessions are on water and wastewater energy efficiency optimization. And of course, we're still working with cybersecurity through the EPA and NC National Guard to make sure that your information is protected, safe, secure, and sound. Always like to call out our resource agency partners, our RAPLU consortium, so to speak. We work with a lot of folks across the board. We know we can't do this all on our own. So we're happy to include these partners. They lead us, we lead them, and it's been a very good time, good goings. Any questions about the Viable Utility Program? Mentioned the Viable Utility Reserve member for construction applications. You must provide that supplemental form to be considered for VUR construction funding. Otherwise, for construction applications, it's the exact same application, priority rating system, documents, all of that, as it is for the regular SRFs and SRP programs. Are there any questions online? Fabulous. All right, so we'll talk pretty quick about the AIA program and rate studies, and then we'll talk a bit about the merger regionalization feasibility studies. So AIAs have been around since 2016. Nothing new this round. We only have Viable Utility Reserve funding for AIAs and rate studies. There's no state reserves, so you're only applying if you are a distressed system, or if you're a non-distressed system applying on behalf or in partner with a distressed system, are eligible for VUR funds for this round. Again, $400,000 limit per local government unit, but that may include an AIA, a rate study, and or a merger regionalization feasibility study. If your request exceeds that $400,000, we'll certainly let SWEA know. SWEA will take the action that they take, and then we will work with you to make sure your project and priorities are proper for the funding limitations. We know we can't fund a full asset management plan and rate study and develop an interlocal agreement with just $400,000. So we'll work with you to help make sure you have the right sequence of events. As with all of our grants, any VUR grant, there is a 1.5% fee that is due prior to starting the disbursement of funds. So that'll be after the funding offer is issued is when we will invoice you that 1.5% fee. It is an eligible project cost. So you pay the fee, and then immediately with your first disbursement request, your first claim, as we say now through EBS, you can request that those funds be dispersed immediately as part of the grant. But you still must pay the state the 1.5% fee, but it is an eligible cost. Eligible activities for AIAs, nothing new here. Same set of priorities, same set of activities. So identifying and GIS locating system components, that's your inventory piece. Performing a risk analysis to determine critical components, that is part of your assessment. Determining the condition of those critical components, again, that rounds out your assessment. All AIAs must include some amount of inventory, some amount of assessment, but then other asset management plan components can be included, which may include the operation and maintenance costs and plans, prioritize lists of projects into at least minimum 10-year CIP is also eligible. And then again, looking at that long-term financial management strategy, conducting a rate study is also fundable through the Viable Utility Reserve and AIA grants. So anything that gets you and helps you meet what the EPA considers, they have 5 main pieces of an asset management plan. If it's hitting on one of those 5, it is eligible for AIA funding, as long as the project includes some amount of inventory and some amount of condition assessment. Of course, this is directly to help distressed systems meet statutory requirements in 159G and the funding must be awarded to a distressed local government unit. Their public partners or councils of government may also apply on behalf of distressed systems, which we have seen often. If that latter approach, please reach out to us. There must be some consent and agreement by the local government commission and SWIA to say, yes, this COG is an eligible and they're the proper partner for these sets of systems. So otherwise, if you're distressed or you're a public partner with the distressed system, by all means, please apply. There's a question in the room. Yes.
I might have misheard you, Matthew. So it sounded like you said, we can apply for any of these components. Specifically, I'll speak to the rate study, that I was so interested. But then it seemed like you also said, as long as there's an element of identifying assets in it.
Yes.
So, which means that you could not fund a standalone rate study. Even if there were an existing AIA and we just wanted to do a more formal rate study, we've had the conversations about the rate studies based on existing information, rate studies based on information we could start collecting, say. That would not have a pure rate study application would not have an inventory component or condition assessment.
Right.
So is it fundable or not?
A standalone rate study is a fundable project. So
Okay.
yes, we can fund a standalone rate study with no inventory, no assessment. If you're applying for an AIA though, if it includes a rate study, you must also have inventory and assessment. So on the application, make sure it's clear that you're applying for a standalone rate study for that distress system. And
That was the distinction I missed.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
yes, you're welcome. And again, tailors in or feeds into the previous comments about how do we apply for rate studies when there's no rate study guidance. We're aware, we will work with that and work on that. So in the meantime, for this round, use the AIA framework, but make it clear you're only applying for a standalone rate study. And then we'll know there is no inventory and assessment that will be part of that project. So I think that's the best with what we can work with at the moment. I definitely foresee having a standalone rate study priority rating system and all that, but that takes time to develop and we need to learn a bit about how these work as well. But yes, great questions. Standalone rate studies can be applied for. If you want to do AIA work that includes a rate study, you must include asset inventory and assessment work as well. Some of these slides are certainly tailored toward the state reserve program, which has a slightly different set of eligibilities, let's call it. So this is truly just a legacy of that, call it cross-contamination. But all AIAs for distress systems must meet the 5 main pieces that the EPA suggests is proper asset management planning. And effectively, we can fund that through the AIA program. There we go. Missing the page. I see. Cool. So rate studies. We've already touched on this a little bit, but they are required for all distress systems. They can be within an AIA or MRF, accompanying those investigations. They can also be standalone. Again, if standalone, please reach out to us before so we can help you all with the application. Use the AIA priority rating system as the standalone rate study application framework. And again, that will feed into that overall $400,000 per LGU cap for any combination AIA rate study or MRF during the funding round. We do have minimum guidance, minimum requirements approved by SWIA and the local government commission. The 4 key features of that, so all rate studies need to at least consider these, understanding there may be funding limitations or data information limitations that don't let you get all 4 of these. So again, we want to be clear from the outset, and that's why we ask that y'all reach out to us. But the 4 main pieces in an ideal rate study scenario is that you refer to that 10-year CIP and the O&M and rehab and replacement costs as developed through and in your asset management plan. You need at least 1 year of financial audited data. More will certainly be more indicative and help you out more for the future, but at least 1 year. Need to have 10-year projections for each rate scenario. Again, that is consistent with that 10-year CIP planning horizon. And then lastly, short of meeting those 3 items, all rate studies must include a full cost pricing scenario, which basically says we are not going to rely on grant. This will be all self-financed through debt and local revenue. And what would that rate effectively look like for our customers if we had to do this all on our own? At the least, all rate studies must include that full cost pricing scenario. It will likely be unrealistic, unobtainable, so you should certainly do other scenarios that are more obtainable for your utility and for your customers. So those are the minimum requirements. We have guidance on our website. The link is down below at the bottom of this slide here. Please take a look and reach out if you have any questions. Again, if you're applying for a standalone rate study, please contact us and we will help you navigate that application process. So for AIAs and by extension rate studies, since we are going to use the AIA framework for rate study applications, the required items for completeness, so just to receive a score, need to have these 4 items. The application forms, it's the same forms that we covered earlier today. The fund transfer certification form, you must check at least 1 box, and it must be signed by your financial officer, financial director, or the authorized representative as listed on the resolution. The resolution, of course, must be provided as well. And then for AIAs, we have our own narrative priority rating system. So make sure you provide that narrative, responses to each of the questions, and include supporting documentation with specific references in the narrative. It's hard for us to find one phrase within 600 pages of supporting documents. So if you do really need to provide all 600 pages of supporting documents, make sure it's clear to us which page you're referencing and calling out when you're trying to justify a claim. So those are required for completeness just to get in the door. To maximize your points, we also want you to provide that financial information form, which we will use to back up and determine your operating ratio. And then also make sure you provide your applicable water or wastewater rate sheets so we can properly calculate your bill per 5,000 gallons. If you don't provide any of those 2 forms, we will still consider your application, but a lot of points will certainly be left on the table given the affordability points. I think are 8 of the 24 max available. So that's about 1/3 of the points in the priority rating system you would be failing to be able to claim. So here is the priority rating system. Regardless, we're just talking viable utility reserve, but it'd be the same as if we had state reserve funding. Just the only caveat here, category 1, project benefits, it's a maximum of 8 points. So you can get 8 points on your own. But if you're a designated distress system, we will certainly add 2 points, but up to 8 max. So you're not going to get an 8 + 2. If you max out the 8 points in your response to category 1, well then great on you. You have a very good and well-defined project. But if you score less than 8, then we will add 2 points up to 8 points there. So there is a hard cap. Otherwise, all of the rest of the points are fairly comparative. We do have, however, scoring rationales under each section in the priority rating system. So we're not asking you to go out on limbs and hope that you hit the target. We provide somewhat a best case scenario and a worst case scenario of how to maximize the points in each category, and then what you would expect to receive score-wise if you don't hit some of those key criteria. There is a scoring rationale for every single line item. Read the prompt, devise an answer in your head, and then look at that scoring rationale to see if that fits, where about maybe it'll score, and then hopefully the scoring rationale gives you some tips of what else to discuss, what else to consider in the response to that question. I'm not going to go through all of the questions, but I'll just have this slide up here. The rest of the questions are on the next slides, but we'll skip over those. There are 3 categories for the AIA application, 8 questions for calculations. Please provide a succinct response to each question before moving to the next. We like to see question 1, response to question 1 right below it, question 2, response to question 2 right below it. You know, it's we often see a very prose type application narrative that hits on all the things we're asking, but we really have to tease it out for any individual line item. Please have a full response to each question and then move on to the next question in the order they appear in the priority rating system. Category 1, focus there is your top 3 challenges in the next 5 years and the benefits of how an asset inventory and assessment grant will address those challenges. If you have high I&I and you have NOVs, the AIA will help you identify where the I&I is coming from, where the bottlenecks are in your system that are being affected by the I&I, and then ultimately, hopefully, help you identify projects to address said I&I. That's just one of many different challenges a lot of systems face. Category 2, system management. A big focus is on the asset management team. So you can have all the great information, have all the best intent, but if you don't have the folks in place to properly manage the information gathered through the project and perpetuate that information and actually do something with it, then it's just going to be a plan that sits on the shelf and no one will know how to carry it out. So system management truly focuses on how the team is going to manage the data, how the data will be utilized, whether routine operations, work order tracking, keeping the GIS information updated, but make sure that category 2 revolves around the top 3 challenges you present in category 1. We all know how to multiply the x-axis versus the y-axis to get a number. That's common math. But what we want to see is what is on your y-axis when it comes to likelihood of failure. What is your x-axis when it's the consequence of failure? How does that play into the goals of your overall system and your utility, maybe your town, even if water and sewer is the top priority for your local government unit? We want to see that integration, that you are really thinking of, we have this problem, and here's how we are going to address that problem. Not just, we will keep our GIS updated, but if GIS is not part of your project, then that is not directly related to the benefits you're going to get from the AIA. So make sure you have that common theme woven through. Once you present your challenges, give us that assurance that the team members are going to be able to address those challenges. They will see the benefit of the AIA and then what they will do afterward to help continue to stay ahead of what those issues are. And then lastly, in category 3, affordability, it's the water and sewer rates, as same way we calculate through our construction applications, the same information, and the local government unit indicators, the same 5, as you'll see on the affordability calculator. Notice you don't have to provide the affordability calculator for AIA applications, but you can definitely pull that up, get a sense of how many local government unit indicators your system has, and that will help you give a sense of how many points would be available. So if you see category 3B under affordability, if you have 3 or fewer benchmark or indicators that are worse than the state benchmarks, you'll get 0 points, then up to 2 points if all 5 are worse. And then the bills are based on 0, 1, or 2, depending on the different thresholds. I believe it's, I'm going out on a limb. I think it's 87 is the low threshold to get 1 point, and then up to 109 if you're between there, that'll be 1 point. Then if you're above the 109 or 107, I forget what it is exactly, then you'll get the 2 points. If you're below that, then you'll get 0 points. So pretty objective there. But again, make sure you provide your water and sewer rate sheets so that we can confirm your 3A points and that bill per 5,000 gallons. And then for 2D, the operating ratio, make sure you provide your financial information form so we can calculate your operating ratio. I would say the biggest change to the priority rating system from years past is we provided a little more specificity around our scoring rationale for line item 2D. We have a lot of discussion around 1 or 2 points, and we know that it's quite valuable, but at the same time, it definitely drags us down, and it doesn't help y'all when you apply to know what to expect. So that was the one section that we beefed up a little bit, just provided some more clear expectations. Mainly it revolves around, and you'll see this in the scoring rationale once you look in there, it revolves around providing a narrative discussion when your operating ratios aren't all above 1. We need some information. We can glean a little bit through your bill collection rate, through your response to 2B, your current pass rate setting practices. But if you had an anomaly that was a massive expenditure that was unplanned and it tanked your OR, but in a normal year, your OR would have been above 1, just provide that little narrative discussion saying as much. And you'll have a chance of getting more points than us guessing, and then we're just going to err on the side of what was objectively available in your response, which in most cases has been very little. So just to call out, provide a little discussion there, and you will have a chance of getting points for consideration. Lastly, on AIAs, this is the milestone schedule roughly. So we'll issue a letter of intent to fund. The first real milestone will be to submit that preliminary scope. We have guidance on our website in order to do so. We will approve the scope once all the program requirements are in place and everyone's on the same page as far as what's being funded by the grant versus what may be funded by other resources. The grant agreement will be issued right after the scope approval, and that's when all the first payment checklist items that you may be aware of will be due, including that executed service contract or consulting contract, whoever the town is contracting with to execute the project. And then again, the last two milestones would be the draft report prior to the board's presentation, and then that final deliverable once the board has presented, adopted maybe a plan that came out of the AIA grant. Disbursements, again, don't start until after the executed grant agreement. Both parties, the division and local government unit, have adopted via resolution and accepted the grant agreement. And then we have all those first payment items, including the 1.5% fee being paid. Then we can start dispersing funds for incurred costs through our claims process. The grant period on all AIAs is 2 years from letter of intent to fund. There is always a 1.5% fee, but it is reimbursable through the grant. There is no match requirement for distressed systems. So there is only a local match for non-distressed. So we don't have state reserve funds. That's where that would pertain. So through the Bioutility Reserve, all AIAs have no match requirement. All AIAs up to 10% of the funding can be used for software or equipment that pertain to the challenges and the project in of itself. So handhelds for field staff to go and see, they can pull up the GIS system, see where a valve, where a meter may be located. That is eligible. Software to subscribe to asset management software, work order tracking, GIS capabilities, all eligible as long as it fits within and helps you get benefit based on the challenges you present in your application. And that's up to 10% of the grant. First year fees are eligible, recurring fees are not. So really it's just that initial startup costs, particularly on the software side. We know there's a lot of really good web-based GIS software out there that's pretty cheap. So we can help you get started on that through the grant, as well as get you some equipment to make sure your staff are able to use that information and get value out of it out in the field. The final deliverable requirements for all AIA grants must include an executive summary, or it may even be just the presentation that was given to the board. That certainly suffices. Meeting minutes or a resolution of action taken. So if you develop a capital improvement plan through your AIA, your board wants to adopt said capital improvement plan via resolution, you can provide that resolution and it shows that they adopted the resulting plans. The final report itself, so we want that final version, not the draft version, ultimately to close out the project. And then if GIS layers are part of your project, if you're updating GIS or creating new GIS layers, then we do want you to provide enough information so we can define the service area boundaries, specifically where those gaps in service are. We have a blossoming GIS system that is tracking a lot of that. So those are the 4 main things for deliverables. Again, the top 3 required for all. And then if your AIA project entails updating or creating new GIS, we also require that as well at the end of the project. Any questions on the AIA program? No, I'm a touch behind, so apologies here. We'll hop through the MRFs real quick. I'll point out the similarities, the differences from the AIA. Similarities. This is fundable by the Viable Utility Reserve. Again, within that $400,000 limit per local government unit. So you can apply for a $300,000 AIA, a $50,000 MRF, and a $50,000 rate study. And that's your $400,000. There's always a 1.5% fee on all grants from the division. It is an eligible project cost, so you can get that dispersed through the first claim. All MRFs, they statutorily need to revolve around economies of scale of multiple utilities. That can be through merger. So talked about this a little earlier, partial or complete consolidation, at least 2 more utilities, and it may cover the organizational, the financial, or the operational. So that managerial, financial, technical piece of the utility or aspects of the utilities may cover everything, may cover just 1 or 2 of them. But merger is one of the key pieces you should be looking at through the study. The second one is regionalization. That's really the physical interconnection of treatment or supply or collection for sewer. But it also may entail staff sharing, cost sharing, again, anything that revolves around that economies of scale to help the dollar stretch a little bit further. Not required by all distressed systems, but certainly if you're a distressed system and you wish to pursue an MRF grant, make sure you have a partner, and let's certainly talk beforehand before you apply so we can help you all with the application. So as mentioned, all MRFs must include 1 applicant and 1 partner at the time of the application. Partners can come and go, but there must be at least 2 parties throughout the project. There can also be multiple partners. Also, non-distressed systems may apply on behalf of distressed systems. If that's the case, again, please reach out to us beforehand so we know what we're getting into with that effort. And then a few just requirements for distressed systems MRFs, things that y'all should identify and investigate throughout the MRF project. At least 3 alternatives plus the no action. And this is really in the case where systems are just starting to talk together, starting to figure out where some potential economies of scale can be realized. That's those 3 alternatives plus the just doing business as we currently are. But if you know that you are merging, Town A is selling everything to Town B, and you need to figure out how that's going to work, well, by all means, that can be the 1 path and the 1 alternative that y'all investigate. So if you're just starting the conversation, 3 alternatives and no action. But if you have your path for merging and or regionalizing, it's certainly understandable that may be the only alternative that y'all look at in the project. If there were past efforts, past studies about merging and regionalizing, we certainly want to know throughout either the project development or even in the application of what came of those past discussions, and then how will this effort build on or hopefully advance those past efforts. And maybe those past efforts were a dead end and now you're going to pivot and take a new direction. That's fine too, but certainly let us know in the application, and then we'll make sure that it's addressed in the actual project itself. Of course, always with distressed systems, consider why you are distressed in the first place. and how merging or regionalizing will lead to that viability. So definitely refer to your distress assessment scores, those criteria that led you to that designation. And MRFs specifically for VUR can look at decentralized options. Through the state reserves, decentralization is not an eligible activity, but through the Viable Utility Reserve MRF, it is an eligible option and alternative to look at. So 3 alternatives may be just pure interconnection for full treatment, maybe selling our system from town A to town B, and the third option may be decentralizing, turning our centralized system into an on-site system. And then that no action. That would be a very good MRF scope, in my opinion. So application components, exact same things as required for the AIA. The only difference, the addition are those letters from potential partners. It may be a resolution if you already have an interlocal agreement that points out that these 2 systems are merging, provide the interlocal agreement or memoranda of understanding. But you must have a partner that is willing to commit to the project and to commit to participate. We have some stock language in our priority rating system for the MRF grant that has this acknowledgement for participating, but also makes it clear to all parties that the findings are non-binding because we understand there may be additional studies, investigations that are needed. So just helps make sure everyone's on the same page. Right information will be shared along the way, and the best foot can be put forward for the distress system. So that's the only difference. Otherwise, application form, fund transfer certification, resolution, the narrative responses, and then for scoring, same idea. You don't have to provide these, but it helps you get points, the financial information form, and the applicable rate sheet. And you can see here in the MRF priority rating system, 20 maximum points. 8 of those 20 revolve around the rates and the local government unit indicators. So that is a majority of the points, the highest scoring category. The rest should look, especially in category 1, very similar to the AIA narrative, which talks about your challenges, past studies, compliance history, past collaboration and proximity. Basically, are you starting this relationship from anew, or is this an ongoing relationship and you're looking to enhance it and get a little closer, or systems? The only real requirement in category 1 is that one system makes that affirming statement that there is unallocated capacity among the systems to regionalize. So if one system ultimately was going to send all their flow for wastewater or get all of their flow for drinking water from a single system, is there enough existing treatment capacity among those partners to make that happen? That solution, if there is unallocated capacity, will certainly be cheaper than having to build a new plant, which we know can have some challenges as far as permitting is concerned. So provide that affirming statement that there is unallocated capacity among these systems in the project. System management. Again, next few slides have each of the questions. I won't really go into those. The system management here, we look at the organizational size and capabilities of either system that is part of the project, their desired level of service, distress status, and the operating ratio. Here with the MRF, we really like y'all to take the full picture of all the systems in the project, and especially for system management, tell us the least capable system. So you may have one system that is financially challenged and another, but they are always in compliance and have robust staff, versus another system that barely has any staff, but they can pay their bills all the time. The system management, the organizational size and capabilities, tell us about the smallest system. Then when it gets to the operating ratio, tell us about the system that is struggling to meet their annual and monthly obligations. We want to look at what are all of the biggest challenges among the systems applying for the MRF that merging or regionalizing will improve. So if you have any questions about which system to use, happy to discuss that with y'all. So please reach out if you have any questions there. In category 3, same exact water sewer rates, local government unit indicators. Again, you do not have to provide the affordability calculator with your MRF application, but certainly use it. Take a look at how many local government unit indicators you have, and then you'll get a sense of at least a few of the points that would be available to you. You can see here's all the questions. Again, there is a scoring rationale for each priority rating system prompt in the narrative. So definitely read the question, devise your thoughts of how to respond, and then take a look at the scoring rationale, and you will get a sense of how you may score for that line item. Milestones, pretty much the same as with AIAs. We have that 2-year grant period from the letter of intent to fund. Same set of milestones on the letter of intent to fund as far as the scope submittal and approval, executed grant agreement and contracts, and then those draft and final deliverables. Again, we will want to see the draft deliverables before the board is presented with the findings, and then we'll get those final deliverables after said board presentation or adoption, execution of whatever may come out of the project. 1.5% fee for all. There is no match requirement on any MRF grant. We just want to get folks to the table to start or carry on discussions to merge or regionalize. And then deliverable contents. You know, we certainly want to make sure that the analysis that's performed on each of the alternatives covers that technical, managerial, and financial aspects of the utility. So especially if financial challenges are the most present, let's make sure that the resulting deliverable revolves around how is the financial system going to improve for the system that needs it most. Minutes or resolution of action taken, and then the executive summary. So again, same as with the AIA. Of course, there rarely is hardly ever new GIS that's developed. We don't require that for MRFs. But in the event an MRF needed to do some GIS to determine where aspects of the system are, then we would likely request that data, but that's pretty atypical. So still that final report, meeting minutes or resolution, and then an executive summary of what occurred during the project. Those are the requirements. No, I ran through a lot, took way more time than expected, but appreciate the questions. Again, if you're applying for VUR construction funding, you must provide the supplemental information form. If not, you will not be considered for VUR construction. Same priority rating system as all of our other construction programs. And then the AIA and MRF, same priority rating system, whether through VUR or the state reserve. We only have state reserve funds this round. We only have valuable utility reserve funds this round. I know, right? $20 million. We're aiming for 18 million of that for construction, 2 million for planning, but it will ultimately depend on the applications we get. I'm Matthew Rushing, AIMRF Program Manager in the Viable Utility Unit. Please reach out if you have any questions, and thank you so much for attending.
Okay, so we're at 10 after 3. Let's take a 5-minute stretch break. Move the blood around, go use the restroom, get something to drink, and we'll get back at 3:15. So thank you. All right, just want to make sure, give me a thumbs up online if you can hear. I assume we can. I'm not seeing thumbs up, but all right. So I think, David, you should be ready to go.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. Before I get started with my section of the presentation, which is about the lead service line replacement funding program, I understand that there was a question from this morning regarding galvanized pipes, and specifically the eligibility of GRR services. GRR, of course, stands for galvanized requiring replacement for the 2B points. I think it's the 2B 2.2, be precise. So it's project benefit points. You have to have at least 30% of your project budget dedicated to replacement of lead service line. And the answer, to my knowledge, is yes. Galvanized requiring replacement is an eligible cost, and it will grant you those priority points. I don't know if the question came from the room or if it came online. If it came online and the person who asked that question feels that I have not quite answered the question, please let me know and I'll try to address it more specifically. One thing though I would like to add here is, yeah, you probably heard GRR has to do with the lead and copper rule revisions. Every water utility, every water system in North Carolina is subject to. So yes, they introduced this acronym GRR. Please, even if GRR is a broad definition, it covers a lot of different situations. It's still not the same thing as galvanized. In other words, there is galvanized water mains, service lines that may not meet the definition of galvanized requiring replacement. And we can go over that in my presentation on the lead service line replacement funding program. So without further ado, let's get started. By the way, I'm David Cecchini. I'm the program manager for this funding program. And that beautiful acronym there is, as you already know, the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, that has created some supplemental funds as part of the broader Drinking Water SRF State Revolving Fund Program for 5 fiscal years from 2022 through 2026 for, among other things, inventory and replacement of any service lines that contain lead or they may be associated with lead. This slide shows the allotment for the first 4 fiscal years in North Carolina for this funding program. As you can see, they have been going down considerably, particularly the last one that we received, 2025. There will be another one, the last one in 2026. We do not know what the allotment will be exactly, but the numbers on these slides are significant because they show that a good portion of that allotment is available for projects. The difference between the allotment for each fiscal year and what's available for project is what we call the set-asides. That it's money that the department, the EQ, can use for support, technical assistance and support activities for this particular topic of, lead in service lines and service connection, and also for the management of the program. You will also know that there is that number in the middle column, which is the 49% principal forgiveness. That number, that 49% is 49% not of the amount available for project, but of the entire initial allotment. So when you match the figures on the on the last 2 right columns, you see that even if it's 49% principal forgiveness, it's much more than 49 of what's available for the project. As a matter of fact, it's about 2/3. So this is a funding program that has a lot of principal forgiveness component that 49% represents the minimum that we have to award. Okay, So there's a lot more principal forgiveness available with this program than other SRF funding programs. And that makes it attractive, at least in my book. Attractive money. Here we have some numbers that apply to the funding rounds that are coming up in the near future. As you probably heard this morning, the lead service line funding program is administered here by the division on a rolling application basis. So you can submit applications with this type of money all year round. We have set up some cutoff dates for basically collect the application that we have received up to that point, review them, and make a proposal for funding to the State Water Infrastructure Authority. So those awards are formalized at the meetings of the State Water Infrastructure Authority, SWIA. And this year we already had one in February. The next one round with the awards will be in April, then again in July, in September, and in December. So the number that you see in the amounts that you see on the bottom of this table called, available for future awards, that is something that can be exceeded because those numbers represent what is left from the fiscal year 2024 capitalization grant. Okay? But the next cap grant, the year 2025, is available to us. So if we receive applications that exceed these amounts, we can, in order to fund them, we can also use funds from the next grant. So these numbers available for future awards are indicative, and they have more relevance when we're dealing with funding caps. And we'll go over that later. Who can apply? Units of local government and either investor-owned or for-profit and non-profit water utilities. What type of project are eligible to receive this type of funds? There's something new because we started the awards back in September of 2023. So for the past 2.5 years, almost 3 years, the eligible activities for this type of funds were limited to replacement of lead service lines and all the activities directly connected to identification, planning, design, and replacement. So inventory, for lack of better words, field verifications, what is the service lines, what material they're made of. But not until now, we were able to fund projects that would also include removal of water mains that might have contained lead, water meters that might have been exposed to lead and therefore be a potential sort of release of lead into the water, pressure release valves, backflow preventers, other things that were not strictly defined as, lead service lines and lead service line connectors. So the door is now not fully open, maybe just cracked, for including this type of components in your scope of work of your project. It's not fully open because this is limited to, first of all, for example, water mains. Those water mains need to be directly associated with documented lead service line. So if you have a water main that does not have any lead service line attached to it, you cannot put it in your scope of work for replacement. Same thing with the service meter. You cannot replace all the service meters in town, only those that are on a lead service line. Also, it's limited to connections located in disadvantaged areas. And I'll go over the more in detail about disadvantaged areas in a minute. Yes.
So, thank you, David. I understand why one might replace a water meter that was previously downstream of a lead service line, because the water meter can be a reservoir of lead. A water main is upstream of the lead service line, although the water mains themselves could have lead seen, essentially. But what is what associates the funding for the water line with the water service line?
The water main with the water
Yes.
service line?
Since it's upstream, it's not going to get contaminated, it's not subject to contamination from the service line.
Okay. What we have heard here in North Carolina, we have heard typically is lead in the joint solder of some water mains. It has to be a water main, like I said, associated with known documented service connections that have either lead or galvanized requiring replacements, not to broaden the scope to the entire service area.
It's clear that you said that. My question is why? Why does a water main that has lead seen either is a source of lead or isn't? And I'll say irregardless, if I like to say that, irregardless of its relationship. to
Sure.
lead service.
Sure. I'm not trying to be cute, but the answer is because we can now. And we can because EPA has opened the door to that. And according to them, in the preamble to the November 2025 EPA memo, it was by popular demand from the states.
So this is as good as it gets for now.
It's as good as it gets. I think that okay, don't forget, let me go back, that these water mains have to be, or at least the water connection need to be in disadvantaged area. I think there is 49% mandated in principal forgiveness for projects that benefit disadvantaged areas or for which, the applicant affordability criteria are in those points. So I think it's an incentive for water utilities, for units of local government, not only to go and inventory and replace water service connection that may have led in disadvantaged areas, in maybe historically underserved areas, but while they add it, if there is lead in the main joints, remove those things. Because otherwise, maybe another 40 years before that utility, before that unit of local government find the money or the political will to go and do that kind of improvement. This is my personal interpretation.
Thank you for the clarification, which I would, in my notes, say is a political economic decision, not an engineering technical decision.
Clearly not. Typically, the water does not travel backwards.
Was for implementation memo from EPA, it was a very explicit reason why. They just said that water mains are part of it. Connected.
But it does, I need to add this. It does mention that it is reserved to those type of situations where it would be not practical to do this without the to do the water service connection and not the water main.
Can you, David, repeat that or summarize the question?
So-
Folks online.
So I think that there was a comment from Shadi, from the director, that said that EPA did not explicitly specify. Although he introduces this notion that in certain areas, perhaps that might be one chance in a long time for the utility to get the money to remove that source in the water mains. Yes, there was another question from the room.
I have a similar question, but I actually kind of know the answer to this question. So when you have, the tile lines of dissimilar materials and they're connected to one another, you can have preferential corrosion in either one or both of the lines. And so if you have like an old cast iron main or galvanized line, and you have it connected to a lead surface line, even if that lead surface line was replaced at one point, you could have preferential corrosion still on that main line. That could release lead in the main line because of the dissimilar material. So it's not necessarily related to the fact that there is a lead surface line, because that is downstream, but it could cause preferential corrosion for lead. in that. So it would, it depends, but that's probably where they were going with it. But yeah, the implementation,
Okay.
may be clear on that's where
All
they're
right.
going.
We are working on developing a guidance that will assist not only the applicants in submitting all the, their claims and the supporting documentation for their claim, but also for us to review these claims and decide whether to allow it or not. I think that typically water main that, for example, are galvanized or that have joints that use are typically old. So if you have to replace, and you have to do it because the Lead and Copper Rule mandates that utility do that. If you have to replace the service connection, you're gonna have to go and you have, for example, lead connectors like, gooseneck, right there at the service tap on the water main. You may not be able to put new service taps on that water main because of its age. It may not be practical to retap that water main for the new service connection. So in reality, even if there is no lead in that water main, if you can demonstrate that it's not practical to replace a bunch of connection taps onto that water main, will allow you to include replacement of the water main with the scope of your project. But we're still working on basically formalizing the protocol, so to speak, for you to claim and for us to assign this point. Any more questions? Okay. All right. So back to traditional aspects of this program. If you find, and for this, the next slide has an illustration that may help understanding the concept. Typically, a water service connection, water service line can be divided into a public portion and to a private portion. Public portion, which is the responsibility of the water utility, private portion is the responsibility, has been historically, the responsibility of the property owner. If your inventorying activities reveal that there is lead on both portions of the service line, both the public and the private, you have to replace both. You have to remove all the lead that is found on the service line in its entirety. If you cannot replace the part that is on private property because of constraints of any kind, but want to go ahead and replace at least the part for which your utility is responsible for, the one on the private line, in the right of way, the public path. You can do that, but we cannot give you funds to cover the cost of replacing only part of the service line at that address. Okay? So this is one of the reasons why for this program, we require extensive, perhaps excruciating documentation of each address at which you planning to do inventory, field verification, replacement, and good documentation of what has been replaced, preferably photographic documentation. Because of that. This constraint. Back to the previous slide. So, what can be replaced? Not only service lines, basically the tubing, the piping, the conveyance, okay, that contain lead or that is made of galvanized, that your inventory has determined to be galvanized requiring replacement, but also lead connectors, regardless of their dimension. In other words, for the lead and copper rule, you're not required to report as lead service line any connectors that are longer than 3 feet. We, for the purpose of funding, will consider it eligible, an eligible cost if you decide to remove a lead connector that is less than 3 feet long. And galvanized service line downstream of a known lead service line or of a line of unknown material. Why does it say that that is new? Because EPA has done a little bit of flip-flopping on this. First allowed any removal of any galvanized, the funding, use of funds for the removal of any galvanized that in inventory you have classified as GRR, requiring replacement. Beginning with the 2024, fiscal year 2024 cap grant, they reversed that. They said, no, you have to demonstrate, you have to have proof, you have to have evidence that at one point in time, that galvanized was downstream of lead. Now they have reversed it again, and they have said, no, if you cannot demonstrate there was, using the double negative, that's my favorite, double negative. If you cannot demonstrate it, that it was never the downstream of lead, then you have to be on the safe side. You have to assume that it might have been exposed to lead, and therefore, from the standpoint of funding eligibility, this has nothing to do with the inventory, the lead and copper rule revision and improvements, right? But from the standpoint of funding eligibility, yes, you can go ahead, remove it, and get funded. Any questions on this? But this is new and important. All right. Of course, if there was lead somewhere at one point in time and it has been already removed and replaced, okay, you don't need to replace the entire service line, only the portion that has lead or galvanized requiring replacement. And any work inside the premises, we'll call, the indoor plumbing, is not an eligible cost. You, as a utility, may have to do some work inside the premises as a condition from the property owner to let you replace the lead service line on their property, the private portion, but that is not an eligible cost. Unless you can demonstrate that perhaps the water meter, and let's go back to, you see that's a situation that is contemplated. By the way, this illustration is provided by EPA. So you see that they put a meter also inside the premises, typically the basement. Here in North Carolina, we don't see a lot of that, but sometimes we see pressure reducing valve inside the premises because the system has different pressure zones with considerable pressure difference between different pressure zones. So some of these devices and the pressure reducing valve, PRVs, are installed there. Okay, that, the PRV clearly is something that basically you want to get to, okay, if you have lead, and we include it now as a eligible thing to replace. But you cannot go much further into the interior with replacement of their interior plumbing. Right? Yeah, this is being going back and forth. I lost my orientation. So, again, you must replace the entire lead portions of the service line for any of the work at that particular address to be eligible for funding. Okay. As I said, the homeowners are not required. They're not subject to the electrical rule. However, if you can find a way to convince the homeowner to have their portion of the lead service line replaced at no cost to them, we consider that an eligible cost for you as a utility to receive funding for. We offer you flexibility in how to do that. So for example, if the homeowner will let you do work on their property, only if their own plumbing contractor that they trust does the work, and then send the invoice to your utility, we accept that. If you want to, instead of hiring a contractor to do that, again, we're talking about the work on the private property. If you want to use your utility, force accounts, you can do that. We accept that as eligible cost. Yes.
There's a question online. What documentation needs to be provided at the service line level in the PER for GRR or unknown line replacement approval?
Okay. PER, of course, would be preliminary engineering report, or simply engineering report, which we require only for projects that we're funding that involve replacement. So inventory only projects are not required to submit an engineering report or a PER. What kind of documentation? Well, if you already know what material the service line of any of the service line components, if you already know for sure what the material is, and that is lead or that is GRR, send us the documentation that you used to come to that determination. If part of your project is still to confirm what is just your suspicion, in other words, when you did the inventory, you listed the service line at that address as unknown. Okay? Well, the proof of what it is put off to the time when you will have completed that inventory, that field determination of material, and you and we will know for sure. Yes, a question from the room.
I would like to confirm that for a replacement non-inventory project, you could simply cite your lead service line inventory that you turned into public water supply. Like
Correct.
that, not the underlying evidence of how you did that, but that inventory itself.
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Now, understand though that in that preliminary inventory. A lot of things were determined to be lead or non-lead based on predictive modeling. And it's actually a requirement of the lead and copper rule revision that predictive modeling is not calibrated, but it's
Validated.
validated, exactly. Thank you. It's validated through some sampling in the field. So basically, I think that the minimum sample is 20%. You need to take 20% of these service line that you determine to be lead or determine not to be lead via predictive modeling, and you need to go out in the field and verify that the prediction of the model was correct or not. So in that case, even the inventory that was submitted to Public Water Supply with deadline of October 16, 2024 may not be sufficient evidence for you to say that that particular service line is not lead or is lead, etc.
A fair correction. Thank you.
All right, and I lose my place. Well, okay, all right. So, as I said, this is a funding program, supplemental funded under the drinking water SRF, and as such, we talk about loans. Even if with all the principal forgiveness, we're not talking about grants, we're talking about a loan, a portion of which can be forgiven and does not have to be paid back. So, the portion that does not, the portion that has to be paid back, portion of the loan that has to be paid back, we will apply a zero interest rate. And the repayment terms are depending on the type of project. If it's a project that involves replacement, it will be a 20-year term. If it's a project that is simply inventory with no replacement, a 5-year term. Principal forgiveness. Well, I get everybody must be familiar now with what principal forgiveness is. Let me talk a little bit about how we assign to an application principal forgiveness and what amount or what percentage. And I'd like to add also a little bit of the common mistakes that we see in application that basically prevent us from making an application eligible for principal forgiveness. So, similar to other SRF funding programs, there are two basic criteria. One is the affordability criteria that pertains to the applicant as a community. Okay, and basically uses statistical data on the basically socioeconomic condition of the applicant. If the applicant's service area includes more than one jurisdiction, multiple towns or part of a county, and one or more towns, obviously we're going to do an average weight of those conditions in the determination of the affordability criteria for the application. Okay. The other criterion is whether the project benefits a disadvantaged area. So it's a criterion that applies to the project, not to the applicant. An applicant may submit two different applications, and if this application reflects projects that have different project areas, one application may get principal forgiveness based on disadvantaged area criteria, and the other one, no, even if it's the same applicant submitting those applications. For principal forgiveness, there's an initial cap of $1 million or the requested amount, whichever is less. Per application. This initial cap can be exceeded if after all the applications eligible for principal forgiveness have received the principal forgiveness matching or, lower than the cap, not exceeding the cap, there are still principal forgiveness funds available. That's why that number that we saw in an earlier slide about how much money is available for the next funding round comes into play. Okay, so we can bring in funds on the next cap grant to fund all the applications by the cap. If there's still money left without having to bring funds from the next funding cap, if there's still funds available, we can exceed the cap. If not, we're gonna split the application and remain it to the next round. Something about very obvious here, again, it's it's part of a DWSRF family of projects, so federal conditions, Davis-Bacon, American Iron and Steel, and Buy America, Build America, Buy America apply, with the caveat that they do not apply to inventory projects. Clearly, inventory-only projects do not need to purchase materials, so it doesn't matter where they're made because there will be no material involved with the project. And typically, inventory work is done not by using construction contractors. Although we got some kind of outliers where the applicant wanted to bid out all the inventory work to construction companies that use hourly rate employees, labor and mechanics. In that case, yes, the project, even an inventory project, may be subject to Davis-Bacon. But typically, consulting firms are hired to do inventory work, and they're not subject to Davis-Bacon. All right, so we entertain application for 3 different types of projects. Projects that only have replacement of known lead or GRR or some of those components that we were discussing a while ago, with no further inventory, no further investigation activities. I mean, the scope is known. You know exactly what these components are, these lead service lines are, just need to go in, dig them out and replace them. That's the type of project with the highest funding cap, $5 million per applicant per round. Again, not per application per round, per applicant. So if we receive 2 or more applications from the same applicant on the same round, and altogether they request funds that remain under the in this case, $5 million cap, that they can be fully funded. The next type of project we consider is where first you need to do some verification of the materials, typically with field activities, including those validation of predictive models that we were talking about a little earlier, and addressing a question from the room. And then once you have a clear picture of what needs to be replaced and what can be left alone and stay in the ground, go ahead and do the replacement. We sometimes refer to this type of project as find and replace, which I believe comes from Microsoft Word, right? Or find and fix. And the cap per applicant per round is 2 million. And we ask that we have set a minimum $1 million that you budget for replacement activities, replacement portion of this type of project. So don't ask $2 million to be spent all in inventorying and none on replacement. You have to have at least a 50-50, preferably more budgeted for replacement than for inventory. Replacement is the expensive part. The third type of project would be inventory only with a $1 million per applicant per round. Again, if there are funds available for that particular round, some of these funding caps may be exceeded, but only after every other project that is eligible to be funded for that round has been fully funded. If it cannot be exceeded, then we split the application, we give you an initial award, perhaps up to the funding cap, and then we automatically reconsider the application for the unfunded balance at the next funding round. And it's only 2 months, 2 or 3 months later. So you don't have to wait 6 months or a year to receive confirmation that your project will be fully funded. As I mentioned, there are, the projects involving replacement are the high dollar amounts because replacement is expensive. So in order to protect the little guy, the little inventory project, smaller amount, we established a reserve, we call it inventory reserve. So 50% of the funds available for that round are initially reserved for inventory applications. Typically, we don't have enough demand to meet the entire 50% reserve. So after we are able to fund all the inventory application, there's still funds that can be transferred from that reserve to the general funds for all the other types of projects. And as I said earlier, applicants may apply for multiple project types, but also may submit multiple applications for the same type of project. So you can submit 2 inventory applications, 1 find and replace, and 1 replacement in the same round on the same applicant. All right, priority rating system. We use a priority rating system to determine the order of funding, the priority order of funding for the application that we see, using a system that is very similar to the one used for other SRF programs. You will note that one of the categories, category 3 system management, is not used. This is because this program basically funds a mandate. Everybody has to do this type of work because they're mandated to do the inventorying of the lead, placement of the lead. So we thought that it would not be particularly appropriate to reward systems that have managed things a little bit better than others, okay? Which is why other funding applications, other funding programs in their priority system have system management priority points. We do not use that. So we only have project purpose, project benefits, and affordability. Let's go quickly over them. Project purpose, category 1, reflects the 3 different types of projects. As you can see, the type of a project line item that grants you most points is for replacement, where you already know. This is because we want you not to, we want to fund these projects first so that you go in and you remove that lead. If you know that there is lead, why keep it there? Why wait? Go ahead, get the money from us and remove it, and don't wait. It's to be noted that the documentation that we require for you to successfully claim the 1A points is a little bit more extensive than the documentation for the other two type of project. So please read our guidance document, our instruction, our guidance on our priority rating system, and instructions on how to file an application carefully. Contact us while you're still working on your application for clarifications. We'll be glad to put you on the right track. We need to know that if you are claiming these points, you have a very clear picture of the scope of your project. We require that you provide us with the application maps and tables that include every single address of where you want to work to replace a lead service line. Even if that means pages and pages and pages of address, that we need to know that you don't need, there is no uncertainty left as to where the lead is. You just need to go in and remove it. For project benefits, they are limited to situations where in the project area, there has been a documented lead action level exceedance, right? So if you're a large system and you do have documented lead action level exceedance, however, it's not coming from addresses that are included, that are part of your project. They're not in your project area. They don't count. Now, you can claim 2A or 2B, so you can claim 5 points or 2 points, depending on whether your project will address or try to address that action level exceedance, basically by replacing a possible likely source of that exceedance, removing the lead service line. Or if it's a project that does only inventory activities, no replacement, but at least is located in the area from where their exceedance has been documented. And finally, the category 4, which is probably the same slide that you have seen earlier for the drinking water SOF program. I want to point out to the last line item, 4C4, the project benefits. If the project benefits a disadvantaged area, not only you can claim those points, but your project, if you successfully document that, your project automatically qualifies for 50% principal forgiveness. Right there, no more questions asked. And final slide is the front page of the application. Again, it's a rolling application, so please make sure that you use, and I'm holding out the front page of the application form for lead service lines. Did I get the wrong one here? Yeah. There it is. Okay, so do not use other application forms for the semi-annual application round or other funding program. This is the one in common with emerging contaminant studies and lead service line replacement. And with that,
So we are at the last module of the day. If anyone's absolutely dying to know about self-funded now what, give me a thumbs up online or in the room. If not, it's 4 o'clock. That's what I'm saying. That I said I wanted to get y'all out of here at 4. Okay, I don't see any thumbs up or any motions in the room, so I think we'll go ahead and skip through that. Let's see. Do you have the clicker? Where's the clicker, David? Do you have the clicker? So anyway, we're going to go ahead and I'll just flip through all the way through to the last slides. These will be up online. So if you are burning with curiosity, they will be up there. We'll try to get them up by the end of the week. Kathy, you think that's possible? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we'll get this up early next week at the latest. Any other burning questions online or in the room? Just about what we talked about. I know we talked about a lot. So we have a lot of folks who can help come in. We can't put them on the slides anymore. So please, if you have questions, either online or in the room, y'all can go to this website and you will be able to get our contact information. We find that the folks who come to training, ask questions, present their applications for draft review, tend to do better than those who just assume that they know what they're doing 100% and just submit without questions. So we appreciate you being here. I sent to all of y'all who are here or who registered. If you did not register before like Monday, you did not get the email, but for everyone who pre-registered, I sent an evaluation form link. Please take a few minutes to fill that out when you get back to your office, for those of you in the room, or if you're online before you change out for the day. So that's it. Thank you for coming. Have a great trip home if you're traveling. If you're not traveling and you're at home or your office, have a great evening, and we'll talk to you down the line. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and end the recording.